Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Although technically it's 12:02 p.m. right now, so it's actually good afternoon, I guess. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry stream's an hour later, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm not particularly sorry. I don't think it really impacted anybody. Maybe I can just be unrepentant about it. Unrepentant. You know how it is. I woke up at the same time, but I just had stuff. I had stuff happening. I had stuff I had to do. And you know, like cleaning and various self-care rituals that had gone ignored for too long. You guys know how it is, right? Sometimes you just gotta take an extra hour in the morning. 11 a.m. Feels so restrictive sometimes. I mean, even when I wake up at 8, but that's also because I often stay in bed until 9. And I could probably stand to do something about that. But I mean, you know how it is, right? We all know exactly what's happening here. Let's just jump right into it. Let's get right into the news. Did you guys see another plane crashed in Scottsdale, Arizona? There was another plane crash. Isn't that fucking crazy, man? What was I doing here? What was I doing in the game? Does anyone remember what the fuck I was doing? That shit makes me kind of nervous though, on the real. Cutwater shift Depot shift. I'm like thinking, is there something I can use my 4 on? How do the play? Why do the fall? I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't know. It may have something to do with the current administration gutting the what is it? The FCC or whatever. The commission that monitors that aids like air traffic or whatever. I'm not saying that it does, but I'm also not saying that it doesn't. Very nice. And with that, we'll call it a day. There's what was I doing? Complete the contract, Seraphin's sister. Oh yeah, the contract. Oh ho, 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 ho. I forgot about this. I guess what kind of supplies we got? Oh, we're fully stocked. We're fully stocked. You know what? Let's go. Let's go. Wrong button. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're starting off with a bang. I don't know why planes keep crashing. I'll be so real with you. Oh, he's got literally the same specs as Eugene. That's crazy. Gosh, it's hard to say. It's always hard to say if I want Bliss or Junie. Because I like that Junie has a plus on this skill, but also Bliss, I know Bliss only does that stuff that I do, but it also basically just gives me more dices. So that's like, that's like a really interesting bonus. It would be silly to bring Eugene on this one. That's not happening. That's like the easy... it's like when you're doing a multiple choice question on a test, and there's always that one answer that is like, well, that's obviously wrong. You'd have to be asleep at the wheel to choose that one. Gosh, I feel like if I bring Junie, it's going to be a bunch of these checks, and if I bring Bliss, it's going to be a bunch of these checks. I don't know. Let's just bring Bliss. Let's bring Bliss. I haven't brought Bliss on a contract in a minute, so let's get her out here, man. Let's get her out here. I think Bliss will have more to say about this anyway. Oh my goodness, look at these rolls. Hell yeah. The headstream looms large in the cockpit windows as it comes to a stop. I can't believe you talked me into this, Seraphin sighs. This is not a good plan. Convincing Seraphin to take Kirk out to this Ludic freighter wasn't exactly easy, but with the pithead on lockdown, there really weren't any other options. A voice crackles over Seraphin's terminal, loud enough to hear, but quiet enough that you can't pick out what's being said. What are they saying? Seraphin glances back over his shoulder at you. They're telling us to prepare for docking. He swallows nervously and turns back to the console. That's Monka Giga. Oh shit, engage Australia mode. You're right. I totally forgot. I totally freaking forgot, dude. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I could just... Sorry, if I could... VTube Studio. I wonder if I can just... Instead of doing it in VTube Studio, I can probably just rotate 180 degrees, no? Oh, that totally works. That totally works. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am, however, gonna sort of... get down a little. Engage Australia mode. Who could forget? Who could forget to engage Australia mode? Let me see. Hold on a second. Is this transform? Yup. Perfect. I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot to engage Australia mode. Where would we be if we weren't in Australia? So we're gonna dock. We're getting ready for some docking, which is pretty fun. Hold on. I gotta get back into the voice I was doing for Kirk. It was like sort of gravelly, no? Like a, good, keep him talking, that kind of situation. You look behind you to see Kirk floating by the doorway. Seraphin flicks the comm switch and begins speaking to the Ludic ship, thanking them for responding to the distress signal, trying his best to play the part of the nervous trader suffering an engine failure in the debris field. Kirk jerks his head for you to follow him into the corridor, and you unclip from your seat and float out behind him. If it's okay with you, I'm gonna play the captain on this one. His flat stare suggests he isn't asking for permission. This guy reminds me of the voice I'm doing. I'm kind of doing a Titus Hardy voice. This guy makes me think of Titus Hardy, except like not as much of a hard ass. I mean, but like, you know, I feel like if you played Disco Elysium, you at least get what I'm sort of getting at. I honestly, fine by me. This guy looks more like the captain than I do. I'm an illegal robot. Kirk nods. I appreciate it. I mean, that's gonna be immediately fishy if the captain is a fucking escaped sleeper. Let me tell you how this is going to go. He starts moving down towards the airlock, and you follow as he talks. The headstream has been holding here, cycle after cycle, while Wellspurring tried to quash our little rebellion. He smiles at the idea. Now the blockade is in effect. Well, they'll know they have to hold out for longer still, while the messages from Lotic operations get less and less frequent. He stops by the lockers, swapping his Lotic uniform for an old flight jacket. This is a ship full of tired, unhappy, underpaid, and underfed workers. You both arrive at the airlock. We just have to nudge their anger in the right direction. Hell yeah. There is a hiss as the airlock cycles. Lotic are coming aboard. Kirk catches your eye and gives you a wink. Whoa, look at this guy. Man, these big, like, I don't even know, jacket sort of things that they have. I mean, they're very jacket-like, but they're also, like, kind of more than just a jacket. These things are so cool looking. I really like them, and they're all, like, puffy and shit. The airlock doors scissor open. Sorry, I got too into it. Revealing a drained-looking Lotic captain flanked by security officers. They do look like it does look like it could zip up to a sleeping bag. It probably keeps your ass warm. I bet it's fucking cold in space, man. I mean, not cold in the vacuum of space, but I mean, it's probably, I feel like it might be difficult to heat a spaceship. I'm not too familiar. Don't get wise with me, Core. I'm not too familiar with the heating apparatuses. I mean, I know, like, sure, a rocket thruster generates heat or whatever, but I don't really know what it's like. I mean, the ship has to be well insulated, right? But I don't know. It just seems like it would be cold out there. Maybe I'm speaking completely out of turn, and the issue is actually cooling spaceships. But it is interesting imagery to think about how you'd have to dress warm in space. Yeah, on a spaceship, rather, not just like out in the vacuum. I mean, it's not even, I don't even, it doesn't even feel strictly correct to say that it is cold in space, because there isn't even, like, air in space. I feel like you have to have, like, a fluid for it to be cold. You know? It's just kind of nothing out there. It's just, you know, it's void. Anyway. Sorry, my nose is a little stuffy. I don't know why these are coming out like coughs. They're more of a sneeze. Cold is just a lack of heat. I don't know, I guess, but when you have to think about heat as well, because heat is like the level of energy present in particles, you know? Like when air is warm, that's like the particles in the air vibrating, you know? Like it's not just the straight energy blasting out of the sun. It's like specifically the heat that's in the air, heated by the sun, among other things. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, Core. I was thinking that it might have been the case that it's actually a cooling problem, since I guess they are designed to keep the atmosphere in and the attic cold and all the shit generates heat. But, you know, it's certainly very interesting imagery to be like, it's fucking cold out here in deep space. I gotta wear a big-ass jacket. Or maybe it's like to keep the ship at proper operating temperatures, they have to end up overcooling it, and so then it becomes chilly, even though it should be warmer. Yeah, nowhere for waste heat to go. Exactly. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about spaceships. I watched that movie, First Man. Did you guys see First Man with Ryan Gosling? I saw it in theaters when it came out, and then I rewatched it recently because it's just so good. I love Ryan Gosling, and I really love, like, I'm a big fan of space travel and like the Apollo missions and stuff. I think it's really cool, and it really is just amazing to think about, like like just the feat of producing a vessel that can leave Earth's atmosphere and go out into space and land on another planet is like such a fantastic feat of like engineering, you know? Not just a feat of science and engineering, but also like a feat of industry to manufacture and produce the ship, you know? And I mean, you have to have a large scale, you know, a big scale with a high economic output, you know, like the United States or China or Russia or something to even achieve such a feat. It really is incredible. It's, I mean, you know, we do a lot of interesting things as humans. We've done a lot of interesting things the last 100 years, but I feel like space travel really is the supreme culmination of everything, really. You know, science, engineering, technology, industry, manufacturing, resource harvesting, energy, what is the word? Production. It's really incredible. It really is amazing. Big ass radiators that can't work as efficiently as on Earth because you can't air cool the radiator. True. They only lose head. They lose head? Wait, so no head? They lose head via infrared radiation? Yeah, for real, man. I bet that's crazy. I bet that shit's crazy. No head in space. Ooh, I could never go to space. Dude, what do you think getting head in space feels like? Like, I feel like with the way that zero gravity is and how it fucks with your body, I feel like it would be really weird. Like, it would feel weird to get a boner, you know? I feel like that's gotta, like, what does that feel weird, man? Do it push you backwards? Oh, that's something interesting to consider too. Maybe not, just because, like, I don't know if it really produces enough recoil to adequately push against the mass of the rest of your body. So maybe not. That'd be funny, though. You nut, like, really hard and you start, like, doing flips and shit. It, like, blasts you backwards. I think that would be cool. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I would really like if I was able to go to space just like once before I die, but that's literally never going to happen unless like commercial space flight becomes available. And at the rate we're going, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be, if that's going to happen in our lifetimes. But, you know, I think it would be so incredible to be able to see just like, you know, like the big gas giants out there, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. I think it would be so amazing to be able to see them like in person, you know? Like, I mean, the pictures of them are phenomenal, but to be able to like, just like look out a window and see it, I feel like that would, I mean, a picture can't possibly capture that feeling, right? I think that'd be so awesome. Even the moon is like kind of incredible. It's kind of amazing, you know, like sometimes on a clear night, you know, on a full moon, you just look out up at the moon, and it's so incredible to think about how that's like a place out there across the void, that it's like, it makes sense that humans like wanted to go there, because it's like, it's kind of incredible to think about. So it's what you do if you're floating in space without a jetpack, just nut away from your ship. Wait, but how could I nut without looking at my spaceship? That's sort of a catch-22, right? I have to nut away from the ship to get towards it, but I can't nut if I'm not looking at it. Anyway, Lambert, captain of the Headstream. He presents himself immediately, but with little enthusiasm. We've been in communication with your pilot and are docking, as requested, to provide support. He looks between you and Kirk, his eyes lingering on you a little too long, no doubt taking in the strange vinyl skin, dark glowing eyes, and doll-like face of your frame. He directs his attention to Kirk. How fares your crew? Thank you, Captain. You notice the immediate change in Kirk, his deflated posture and softer speech. We are surviving as best we can, but now that you have come to our rescue, he sighs and holds out an eager hand to Lambert. We are very grateful indeed. Lambert limply shakes Kirk's hand. Not to worry. The Lotic Syndicate takes its stewardship of Wellspring and the surrounding environs seriously. It is our duty to offer aid to traders and travelers alike. I'm afraid we don't have much to offer by way of supplies. Our stores have been depleted by our long posting here. But your crew is free to enter our ship and make use of its facilities while you make your repairs. Kirk continues playing the submissive captain, nodding enthusiastically and uttering a stream of thank yous. You feel like he's pushing it a little, though Lambert only seems to be paying the minimum of attention to him. Suddenly, he turns a sharp eye to you. Your pilot didn't mention you had a sleeper aboard. I'm going to stay silent. Kirk quickly responds. Apologies. They are such a good worker, and quiet too. We sometimes forget they are even there. Perhaps, if your ship is in need of maintenance, you can borrow them for a few cycles? Lambert eyes you more brazenly now, taking Kirk's lead as permission to indulge his curiosity. Yes, his eyes trace a tear in the thick skin of your forearm. Perhaps it could be of use to us. Kirk smiles. I will send them to speak with your crew. I am sure they can direct the sleeper to appropriate tasks. Oh, they'd love that, Lambert jokes. They're a work-shy bunch, this lot. I'm sure they'd be eager for a slave. The word sets you on edge. This is crazy, man. I'm so quiet. Oh my gosh, I'm so quiet all the time. We are happy to serve, Kirk bows. After all, we owe you our safety. Very good. Lambert seems suddenly bored or tired, or perhaps both. Tell your crew they are free to cross the docking tunnel then. He pauses. But remind them that no funny business will be tolerated. He smiles a sharp smile. I have matters to attend to. Lambert turns. See you later, Captain. And with that, Lambert heads back down the tunnel, still flanked by his two silent security officers. Kirk waits until he's out of sight to turn to you. Good. He lets out a breath. Well held, sleeper. I thought from the look in your eye you were going to knock him out. He chuckles. I'd love to. I bet. Kirk stares down the corridor. But don't you worry. We're gonna pay him back for all that very soon. Kirk squeezes your shoulder. Shall we go meet this crew? See what their opinions are on Loddick's administration? He smiles broadly. With a captain like that, I doubt they'll be very positive. Let's see. Engine room. Ooh, engineering plus. Very good. This criticize contracts, sabotage engines. And then what's this then? Debate Wellspring, falsified data. Ah, dang. Ah, beans. Maybe I should have brought, Julie. Ah, beans. But that's okay. I have that skill, so it's all good. Discuss the war and tamper with payload. Very interesting. Engineer support. I mean, headstream mutiny is gonna be really fucking easy. Inducing a mutiny is gonna be so goddamn easy, but I feel like we should try to get the support of the engineers, because that's gonna really clinch it, right? Let's see. Let's just put all our best dices into this and try to get some engineer support. Wait, was the other two also engineer support? Oh, navigator support. Okay, so this is the support of the entire crew versus just inciting a mutiny. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Which one can Bliss do? Sorry, I need to look at this again. Okay, she can, well... She can't really do any of the support ones, which is unfortunate. I guess let's just start from the front of the ship. What does a success get we? 2? It's pretty good. Should be no problem then. Should be real quick like. Because yeah, that's only 6 successes. I don't know what a neutral gets us, honestly. Okay. That makes sense. A little bit of Loddick stress. We do get the operation support. We just also get Loddick stress. Very interesting. Okay. Very nice. 1 crisis active. 1 per cycle. Oh yeah, what is the crisis? I forgot to look. Okay. Sabotage comms. Okay. We can do that. Yeah, see, look at that. We're smashing it. We're doing it epically. Let's see, positive or even neutral? Fuck me? Okay. And maybe Kirk can put a point somewhere. Well, I mean, he could try tamper with payload. It's gonna beat his ass if it's negative, but... Okay! Easy. Easy does it. Definitely gonna have to do this, though. ASAP. And then, geez, I don't know. I guess we get to work on this. That one's gonna be difficult since only I can do it. And I can well, Bliss can do this one too, but I'm just better at it. Okay, but yeah, inciting the mutiny is not going to be particularly difficult. So let's end the cycle and then we'll cut the comms first thing in the morning. Oh wow, okay. These rolls are not great, but not bad. Firing up the torch. Okay. I'll put the 3 in. Then even if it's neutral, it should work out good. Perfect. Okay. Crisis averted. Now, let's see here. Engine room. Well, I'm gonna put this on here because that makes the most sense. That's excellent. And for here, I mean, I guess I'm gonna start pumping it a falsified data. That seems like the most important one to put in. And we'll get this, and hopefully this is at least neutral. Very nice. Okay, stress-free. Logic stress isn't good, but we're still doing okay. Yikes. Okay. Okay, but we are almost done with this. If I can just get some good rolls tomorrow, we can clean out navigator support, and then it's just going to be a matter of criticizing contracts. But really, only Kirk can do that, so... Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh, these are pretty good. These are pretty good, actually. Okay, and I'm really hoping for positive. That would be awesome. Yeah. Okay, yes, well. Shoot. I mean, I can't even really put anything into this, or we're just gonna induce the mutiny. So let's see. Man. But at the same time, I mean, I'm gonna push because this'll be good, I think. Let's just see, right? Yeah, okay. So we got the stress out, so that's fine. But we only have 2 supplies left. I don't know if the mutiny is like the end of the contract or if there's going to be something else. And I don't want to use up all my supplies. Just, you know, getting every single little side bit that could be dangerous. Plus, with where we are on the stress meter, I don't know. Let's just do this, eh? Okay. Huh? Wait, I'm question marking. What was it? I thought it plus headstream mutiny. Oh, maybe I have to get these to do the thing. The line indicated. I see now. My bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, disable beacon, rough. Okay, I guess we are gonna have to go to tomorrow, because I don't have the good dice for that. I don't have great dice for that. For a situation like that. I still don't have great dice for a situation like that. But, you know, let's see what happens, right? Oh, I don't like that. Let's hope we get a neutral or a positive on this one. Okay. I, Well, I don't even know if I actually need to focus on that, because we can totally just do this, can't we? I mean, this will totally clear out the mutiny, so maybe it just doesn't matter, actually. Now that I think about it. Yeah, look at that. We're doing it. We're doing it. Okay, okay. We're just doing it. We're just rushing straight to the conclusion. Kirk rushes into the bay you are crossing. It's all kicking off, sleeper. A wild glee is in his eyes. Lambert's lost control. He guides you through the headstream, a ship you have become surprisingly familiar with over the past few cycles. Perhaps it is the influence of getting to know the crew and their complaints around Lambert and the Syndicate, but its twisting corridors, thick pipes, and and cold metal have taken on an oppressive feel, cycle by cycle, hour by hour. Now, as the shouts of conflict echo down the corridor ahead, where a room glows with the warm light of the galley, you feel that oppressive pall being scraped away, replaced with some new and exciting quality. Enough! Lambert's shout echoes like a shot as you enter the crowded galley. From what you can tell, more than half the crew have crowded into this space and are clumped around, some perched on the side units. I order you to return to your stations! Lambert floats slightly above the crowd, his hands held up in a gesture of futile calming or nervous surrender. You see him glance over his shoulder, and tracing his view, you see security officers tensely gathered at the back of the room. I'm going to warn Kirk. You turn to Kirk, ready to indicate the masked security, but you are met with a wide smile that makes you pause. Just wait, Kirk winks, and you turn to see security moving through the crowd. If you will not retreat willingly, I will have no other choice than to use force. Lambert's voice breaks with anger. Disperse! You watch as the guards form up behind Lambert, and then one moves forward and grabs him, forcing his arm behind his back. The act is met with a raucous cheer from the assembled crew and a yelp from Lambert himself. He is forced through the crowd, who part and jeer, heading directly for the corridor from which you entered. When Lambert is close, Kirk nods to the security officer holding him, and they stop. Lambert looks up in confusion and stares directly into Kirk's grin. You are officially removed from duty as captain of the Headstream, on the authority of the Wellspring Workers Alliance. Kirk's tone is direct and clipped. This is done with the authority of a majority ballot of your crew. Workers Alliance? You have no authority. You're pirates. Lambert spits at Kirk. There will be consequences. On that, we agree. Kirk nods to the security officers, and they wrench a struggling Lambert from the room. Kirk watches Lambert go, determination set in his heavy brow. What'll happen to him? Lambert can enjoy the hospitality of his own brig. Kirk pats you on the back. We have a celebration to muster. The galley erupts in liberated joy, and soon, drinks and food are passed around, from a stash Lambert had been asking the quartermaster to keep back for his own use. You settle on a counter and look on as the crew celebrates. Hell yeah, Kirk pets me. Kirk is petting me with his big, strong hands. I think they should have made his arms hairier. Is that cool to say? I think his arms should have been hairy. Is that chill? Are we chill on that one? Is this a safe space for hairy arms? You watch as Kirk moves effortlessly through the room, giving and receiving thanks in equal measure. Despite his intimidating appearance, you see in him something softer coming to the surface, something reserved for those he has struggled alongside. Fresh allies are old friends to him. Space gooning? I wouldn't say space gooning. That's a bit much. Space gooning. I feel like gooning in space would be extra bad for your body. Just because, like, space. After the celebrations have died down. I don't know if they tackle that question in Police Knots, though. After the celebrations have died down and the crew have retreated to make plans on supporting the blockade, holding out on what they have, Kirk approaches you. Honestly, can I be so for real right now? I'm literally planning on buying an original PlayStation mouse to use with the snack adapter on my Mister so that I can stream Police Knots, the unofficial translation of Police Knots. I feel like we all need to be here for Police Knots together so that I can make references to it and you guys will know what I'm talking about. Because not everyone watched the Wooly... Oh gosh, was that old enough that it was Super Best Friends, or was it Wooly Versus? No, I don't think everyone watched that playthrough. Everyone on Earth. Unfortunately. Plus, it's a great game. Plus, the PlayStation mouse is pretty fun. It has a ball in it. And you know how I love balls. But the other kind, not the lurid kind. Well, also the lurid kind, but I'm getting off topic here. It's got a ball mouse. Plus, I think it would just be fun to have. Y'all know how I love original controllers. I have so many controllers. I love hardware. I know I could just emulate it with a computer mouse, but like, where's the fun in that, you know? Where's the fun in just using a regular USB mouse when I could be using a PlayStation mouse? You know what I mean? Anyway, not toasting the victory, he offers you a transparent bag of ship brewed moonshine. Yo, I need the... Can I get the Ziploc baggie of moonshine? Hell yeah. I'm gonna say to the crew of the Headstream. Kirk smiles. To our comrades. I think it's time we return to Wellspring. He looks off towards the last crew members leaving the room. We've done our job. Say the word. I'm just the pretend captain, Kirk smiles. That ship out there is yours to command and everyone knows it. You suddenly notice how exhausted Kirk looks. His eyes dark and hooded. He looks down towards the scuffed floor. You know, you did well here. He smiles weakly. We certainly stirred something up, he pauses. I don't want to overthink it. Lambert is right. Retaliation will come. He looks around the room. I hope they will be ready when it does. He sighs, a heavy sigh. Slow Beef is the reason there's a translated ROM hack of Police Knots? Is Slow Beef a person? I'm really glad there is a translated ROM hack of Police Knots. That game is so fucking bitchin'. It's so bitchin', dude. Does anyone have like $100 I can borrow to get a PlayStation mouse and the snack adapter for my Mister? And also, I just also need a USB hub for some cable management situations in order to stream from my Mister. Anyone got $100 I can borrow real quick? One of the original LPers? Oh, really? Yo, we've come literally so far from screenshots and text commentary on Something Awful. That's our roots. That's really our roots. That's incredible. I got into LPs, not making, but watching. I didn't get into it until YouTube because I'm only 27. I wasn't on the Something Awful forums at like age 10. But I did start getting into, once they started going up on YouTube, I started getting into them. Back in, I don't know, probably middle school era. Although I wasn't really on YouTube a lot in elementary school because I was on Newgrounds, which is maybe worse. I don't know. I've had completely unrestricted internet access since the age of about 8, and I had been using that unrestricted internet access to do whatever I wanted on Newgrounds for a few years. And I mean, you guys know what they got on there. Did I read this one? The struggle goes on. He pushes off from the counter and heads toward the docking bridge. I fucking love working class solidarity. We should get some of that in the States in real life. You put the original Police Knots LP in there? In gaming? Let's freaking go. lparchive.org, baby. I really want to play Police Nuts. I've played like the first half of it myself, but I've never actually played to completion all by myself, and I really want to. But I've just been waiting to be able to play it with a PlayStation mouse, you know? I've just been waiting. It'll happen at some point. It's just you know, it's one of those things. I'm like not playing that game with controller. I've played some of it with controller, and it's like, I mean, it's a point and click adventure game with some light menu navigation. So it's like, I don't want to play that shit with a controller. There's shootout segments. Plus, also, I think it would be really cool to play Snatcher. Snatcher's on Sega CD. Is Snatcher on PlayStation, or is it just... I know they re-released it. They remade it with a bigger budget. And that was the Sega CD one. But was it also on PlayStation, or was it just on Sega CD? I haven't played that one at all. I haven't touched Snatcher. I've seen various screenshots of it and like couple second snippets of gameplay, but of footage rather. But I haven't actually ever played it. I know that also has some shooting parts, because that game like had light gun support. No, back on the original ones. You take a moment before you follow, your mind drifting to the crew and the struggles they have ahead. As you do, a small and perhaps unfair part of you thinks, well, that's life in the belt. Wow, inspire a peaceful mutiny on the headstream. I just got a freaking achievement. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. We did good. Oh, these are solid rolls. The cut thrums with tension. This steaming city and its brash inhabitants have quietened. Not to silence, but to a low rumble of conversation. The blockade is holding, the syndicate is waning, and everywhere there are plans to be made. You and Seraphin float idly in Chasm Row. Many stories deep in the... Stories with like a EYS? Deep in this wound in Wellspring's side. Waiting on Kirk, not far from the first place you met. A meeting Seraphin still has lingering bruises from. Kirk is inside somewhere, and like every other Lodic contractor, he is making plans. Even before you arrived back in Wellspring, he had hijacked the rig's transmitter to speak with his fellow conspirators and make arrangements for his arrival. Watching Kirk's plot unfold made you realize that, despite your involvement, in the end you are just a subsidiary of this struggle, a chaotic outside actor with effect but no real influence. Now, waiting for Kirk's return, you feel a little solace in that. You aren't ready to be dragged into another struggle, not yet. You still have your freedom to win, and looking at Seraphin next to you, you know that he does too. Yeah, the aliens are contacting us. What is it? But do you need anyone else? I love that the GG version of that. All right, we're on. Kirk comes out of a passage nearby, nodding to the two of you to follow. He leads you both into the Rhyme Market passageways, this time not to the steaming market hall that lies beneath the deepest streets, but to a cramped room, walled with pipes and rusted panels. Just a little longer, he nods to you both. Hold here. He exchanges a serious look with you before pushing off and gliding back out of the room. You watch Kirk go, your relationship having settled into a quiet and mutual respect. His eyes are on bigger things now, workers' councils and contract negotiations, and you know that. Perhaps, one cycle ahead, you will find a moment to drink together once again and discuss everything that has happened. For now, Kirk has other things on his mind. Seraphin settles again. You shoot him a look, but his focus is elsewhere, his eyes glazed over. You fold your arms and wait. Sarah? Tala enters so quietly that, in the dim room, you barely notice her. She shoots you a look and a smile as she enters. Thank you, she mouths, silently. Well, I shouldn't have voiced it then. And then turns her attention to her brother. Tala! Seraphin says her name like a sigh, like an exhale. He is shaking his head, his eyes already shining with uncontrollable emotion. She rushes across the room, flying into Seraphin at speed, at 1,000 miles an hour. They embrace, softly spinning in the dust and dark, their fingers dug into each other's backs. They separate, a couple of pristine spheres of briny tears, spinning away through the air as they do. That's cute. You're safe, Seraphin nods, taking a breath. I'm safe, she smiles reassuringly, settling him. And in this setting, this gesture of care, you see a whole network of signs and secrets. Tala is the calm to Seraphin's storm, the big sister who eases his heart. She looks him up and down. You are so big, Sarah. She laughs at her own statement. You've grown up. She tries to make it sound approving rather than patronizing. You're just the same, sister. Seraphin shakes his head, calling me big but making me feel small. The moment the statement leaves his lips, you feel a chill in the room, and you aren't sure if he meant it. Tala flinches a little, hurt but not wanting to show it. I came to find you, Tala tries again. I needed to find you. This is crazy. Seraphin looks torn, and you see in him something you have come to recognize, the slow and careful raising of his defenses. Why now? He looks away. It's been a long time, Tala. Mom and Dad finally decide they want me to come home? Okay. Bets, taking bets on they're dead? Bets on they died? A ripple of emotion runs through Tala, one she can't hide. Sarah, after you left, they're gone, she sighs. I thought you would have... She struggles to find the words. It's been a long time. Ding, 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 ding! It has. Seraphin sets his face into a stern look of control, but you know he's raging inside, and in this moment, you feel closer to him than you have felt in a while. Tala folds her arms, trying to regain a little control of the exchange. It's good to see you, Sarah. So good. You know what is coming, and you see Seraphin brace for it too. But I can't leave with you. She looks pained. This isn't easy for her either. She's gotta fight. She's gotta fight for worker rights. She's got a duty to the left. Seraphin can only nod, a dulling acceptance washing over him. I wanted to find you, and I have. And I can see you are strong and well, and... She shoots you a glance. You have your life here. But the people here, the other contractors, they were the ones who found me, who have kept me going since I ended up here, desperate and alone. She smiles warmly. It's not that I owe them, it's that they are my family too. She's gotta fight for her right to party. Hell yeah, that but unironically. She gently places a hand on his shoulder. I know you understand this, she smiles at you. We all find our families out here. Seraphin smiles, a rare smile, his eyes wet. We do, sister. He embraces her again. They separate, and Tala turns her attention to you. I know you will take care of my brother, Sleeper, she smiles. I saw it in your eyes when you came to the pit head. She approaches and puts a hand on your shoulder. I can see you are building something of value on that ship of yours. I'll take care of Seraphin. I'm sure you will. She exhales and takes her hand away. I think it's so interesting. This is in the first game as well. The Sleeper, you never you never decide to take a human name. You're just kind of content, I guess, with being called Sleeper, which is, I don't know about that. I'm not sure how I feel about it. She folds her arms again, her sense of control returning. There is a wisdom and experience to Tala that brings a certain calm to you, and you feel that now. I feel it's kind of weird that everyone just calls you Robot, and you're like, yup, that's me, I'm Robot. Even though the whole game is about how you're not just a robot. Will you two be staying here for a while, or... Tala looks between you and Seraphin. Seraphin cuts in before you can answer. Not long, he smiles. We have our own freedom to find. I'm Robot, beep boop. Tala nods. Just be aware, you're free to pass the blockade, but after that, she sighs. Wellspring is going to be locked down for a little while, at least until Kurt can establish his council. Next time you come, she smiles proudly, this will be a very different place. Hearing Tala say this, you suddenly see the authority in her, and realize that one of those council seats may well have her name on it. You look between the two of them, and realize they have years to catch up on, and they'd probably rather do that without you watching. You nod to them and slip out of the room, A lilting conversation starting up the moment you leave. As you follow the twisting corridors back up to Chasm Row, you smile to yourself at the thought of Tala and Seraphine, reunited at last. You hope this whole adventure will make Seraphine a little less moody, even though you know deep down it'll probably make him worse. Whoa. Hey, look at that, my upgrade points, and look, Eugene is accosting me. On your way into the rig, you pass a tired-looking Eugene. We heading out? He sighs, because I'm not sure I've got another chit left to wager. Bro, what? Bro, I'm your boss. Like, stop doing that. Don't do that shit. How much did you lose? He squints at his fingers for a second, making calculations. Too much, he shrugs. Gonna strap myself in for a nap. He disappears into the birds. Well, as long as he isn't, like, in debt. Moof. Moof. What? Are you a gambler, Judge? Are you a gambling man? Is that a is that your moof? Your current moof? About losing money gambling? Sleeper, help! I'm in debt to the space mafia. That genuinely sounds like something Eugene would say. That sounds like that would be like the major drive Eugene quest. Is helping him get out of debt to the space mafia. Later in the cycle, Seraphine quietly comes back to the rig. He immediately settles himself in the cockpit and starts running diagnostics on the engines. He looks up as you enter and shoots you a smile. Good to see you up here, Sleeper. I'm getting her ready to head out. How are you doing? I'm good, Sleeper. Really good. He flicks a sequence of switches. You've dabbled in gambling? I don't think I've ever gambled other than like in gacha games, but I don't do that anymore. Sleeper, Seraphine turns to face you. Thank you, he smiles. I appreciate you bringing us all the way out here. I won't forget it. I'm glad. He smiles. Gotta say, it was nice to see you getting to meet Tala after all this time. She's found a place here, and I'm really happy for her. He looks away, out of the cockpit windows at Wellspring. She always was the responsible one, and I was always the one running away. I guess some things never change. Is it gambling if you always win? I guess it depends. Seraphine quietly watches the diagnostics complete, a subtle smile on his lips. I mean, if it's like a slot machine, then yes, it's still gambling. Or like, I don't know, Texas Hold'em or 21 or something. I think so. Even if you did manage to win all the time. One thing is for sure, we've been here too long. Seraphine meets your eye. And we've been seen by too many people. Is your secret to winning a gun? Dude, have you ever tried that before? Just bringing a gun into a casino? They'll actually give you lots of money for free if you do that. Wellspring may be out of Utsubo territory, but I'm sure Lane will find a way to reach his nasty claws out here, given enough time. Let's not give him the chance. Hey guys! Bliss's voice echoes up the passage into the cockpit. They lean in the door, looking between the two of you. Two contractors just dumped a load of fuel outside our ship. Said it was a gift. Bro, but I'm already at 7 out of 10 fuel. You and Seraphine look at each other. Gotta be Kirk. Seraphine gets up. It's either a thank you or his way of telling us to get going. Seraphine kicks off and glides out of the cockpit. My dice are loaded. Smith and Wesson. That's crazy. My dice are named Ebony and Ivory. Hey, oops, I accidentally clicked through this. Hey, so, Bliss smiles. While you two have been busy, so have I. Been looking at the rig's drive, and I reckon it's due an upgrade. Yes, 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 yes. Finally. We'll need engine components. Quite a few, so keep an eye out. I've got 5. Shipyards tend to be a good place to look. Thanks, Bliss. Bliss winks. Anytime, they sigh. Better go help Seraphine with that fuel. As Bliss leaves the cockpit, you find yourself lost in thought, considering your next step while the icy expanse of Wellspring glitters below. You're free to leave Wellspring. You now have a HasNav unit. Yay! Installed. It can freely travel through debris fields on the belt map. Let's go! Oh, wow. Is this really... This is our furthest place. Let's see. I do want to go to Far Spindle It's probably Scatter Yards is going to be our next destination. So, I could get to Flotsam. You know what? I can go straight to Far Spindle, can't I? Let's go to Far Spindle because I have a shitload of scrap I want to process, no? And there was something else I wanted to do there too. What was it? Definitely processing the raw scrap. I don't remember if there was anything else. Let's just go to Far Spindle. Fuck it, man. Well, I'll figure out when I get there. I don't think I had any drives that were necessarily... Yeah, spores from Greenbelt. We're gonna go do that and investigate the Hexport. That's gonna happen. It seems like Meet Cadet in the Scatter Yards is gonna be the next thing since Scatter Yards is where we're going. So let's confirm that vector. What? The rig glides safely through a debris cloud, the cockpit empty apart from you and Seraphin. So, Sleeper, I've been thinking... Seraphin gives you a sly look over his shoulder. I've been thinking, I'm sick of running. We didn't exactly choose it. Maybe that was true when we first got out, sure, but I think we've been choosing it since. I mean, even if we want to keep going the way we have been, we've run out of belt. Beyond Wellspring, it's mostly rocks and emaciated scavengers. And, well, I'm a city boy at heart. But not only that, Seraphin meets your eye. We've been building something here, Sleeper. The crew, the ship... He smiles. Hell, we just got this HasNav suite for free. Yeah, we can go fucking anywhere, man. We just gotta upgrade the drive, and then we can really do whatever we want. He thumps the new unit on top of his flight console. What I'm asking is, how do you feel about taking Lane on? You want to go to war with Utsubo? Not war, he smiles, but something else. Something else. A secret third thing. You've seen what's happening in Wellspring, what Tala's doing. He shakes his head. Kirk is a fool, but he's on to something. Get on the inside. Organize. Undermine. That I can get on board with. I like the sound of that. I bet you do, Seraphin smiles. He's enjoying this. Just think about it, Sleeper. We find a way back onto Darkside, quietly. We make some connections. We start something running. He turns back to his console. It'd be one hell of a thing. Utsubo are ruthless. The way they run Darkside, there's gotta be plenty of people fed up with them. Seraphin shrugs. And they've gotten worse under Lane. Worse since they pushed the other gangs out. You smile and shake your head at how fast Seraphin can bounce back when he wants to. And as you do, you can't help but consider his plan. Hey, is it today or tomorrow that the state of play is happening? Wait, I don't remember if that's today or tomorrow. Is it the 12th or the 11th today? Look, maybe it's crazy, but we need a safe harbor either way. I've got a connection in the Scatter Yards. He'll tuck us away, keep us quiet from everyone. You see Seraphin has his coin in his hand and is turning it over between his fingers as he speaks. If we want, maybe he can help us get into Darkside. But even if we don't, it's a good place to rest up and make a plan. He turns back to the controls to deal with a rapid beep from the new HasNav unit. Tomorrow? Okay. Okay. 2. Well, I remember that it's at 2. I just didn't remember if it was today 2 or tomorrow 2. I was just thinking about it because it's just about 1 right now. The Scatter Yards. You've heard of them. They have a reputation as a fiercely independent set of shipyards, just starward of Darkside. A hiding place right under Lane's nose. Plus, there's a babe there. There's a total babe over there. If you've got things to do elsewhere first, go ahead. But the moment we're back in the wash, Lane will be looking out for us. Seraphin turns his focus back to piloting the ship. As you watch debris flit past the ship, you turn your focus to what's ahead. New drive available. Ayy. Let's see. Wow, these are some dog-ass rolls. Reckon Darkside. Cool. Go to the Scatter Yards. Oh, both of these are going to the Scatter Yards. I do want to go to Greenbelt and help Nemba. That's gonna... I mean, Greenbelt's all the way over there. That's gonna be a whole fucking thing. Oh, look at that. Impassable hazard. Okay, so I have to get to Flotsam, and I think I can probably get to Scatter Yards from Flotsam. Intriguing. Okay, first, let's pop, like, all of our scrap into here. I want to process this shit, man. I want more processed scrap! I want money. I want my money. We have not yet seen what processed scrap does, what, like, purpose it serves in this game, but we're going too soon. I just know it. It's coming, man. It's coming. Where do we buy fuel? Ah, trade hall. Well, let's not just yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I just want to make a little more cash. No, wait, hold on. Let me... Is this the one that gives you scrap? I think so. Oh no, this is just money. Okay. There was definitely a more risky job prospect, no? I mean, a less risky. More risky, less danger. I think it was here. Yeah. Fuck off. Wait, new location discovered? What? Where? What the fuck? What do you mean new location discovered? Maybe that was a glitch. Cause like, there's no way, right? There's no fucking way. Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about the gambling thing. I considered doing this, but I don't know. I just don't really have the stats for such an endeavor. Oops, what did I have my sleep to? Was it fuel or supplies? Oh, must have been supplies. Oh, Eugene. Sleeper, you got a moment? Eugene finds you in your berth. I have news about the Aphelion. Ooh, okay, let's go. Eugene has a seriousness you rarely see etched into the hard lines of his face. You remember the ship he's talking about, the Aphelion Path. The last surviving interstellar fraction ship in the Helion system, if his stories are to be believed. They've been putting out some feelers for that lost little ship, and something came back. He glanced around, as if the information might leak to some unwanted source. I've been working with a contact of mine, a signal chaser, working out of the Hollow. He's got some promising data. He followed the trails from the hidden wreck we found, calculating the possible vectors. If this thing is still in the Helion system, it's in the shoals. He folds his arms around his broad chest, watching your reaction. Do you trust the signal chaser? He sucks in a breath. As much as I trust anyone. I haven't told him what exactly we were tracking, just gave him the signature. There's a chance he hasn't figured it out. But the problem is, the signal chaser's gone quiet. Nothing for a few cycles now. Eugene shakes his head. Maybe he got wise to the value of what he found, but I doubt it. Maybe he just took a holiday. Eugene grins at his own joke. I reckon we pay a visit to the Hollow, turn up my ghosted contact, see how viable the data looks. It looks good, we go out and get the ship. It doesn't? He shrugs. No harm, no foul. What about Vesna? What about her? Eugene shrugs. Maybe she's involved. I doubt it, but he holds up a finger. Could she come sniffing around after the fact when a whiff of the data gets out? He sighs. That's what she does. That is what she do. That's all I got, Eugene winks. Keep it between us, all right? We'll let the others know when we hit the Hollow. But remember what's at stake here, Sleeper. An interstellar ship. A ticket out of Helion. Helion. I don't know. He pats you hard on the shoulder. It'll be worth it. With that, Eugene drifts out of the bunks, whistling. Intriguing. New drive available. Okay. Investigate Hexport. Find the fraction ship. Let's go to the Hollow. A lot of stuff gonna go down at scatter yards. So let's just get some money while we're here, and then I think we'll be on our way, honestly. I'll buy some fuel, and then that's all we really need. Pat, pat, pat. Thank you. I need ample pats at all times. Okay. Yeah, let's get the heck out of here. How much fuel do I need for this? 4. Okay, so I just need some more fuel. I'll just buy a whole tank load. Who gives a shit, man? I got all the money in the world. Yeah. So Flotsam. Flotsam's pretty cool. I haven't been to Flotsam in a minute. It's been a while. Flotsam's a neat place. Good money to be made. Flotsam integration, Flotsam maintenance. Good food. Shit to buy. Well, let's earn a little bit of money since we, and then actually, let's see how far it'll be to scatter yards. 8 fuel. Okay, that's like so doable. Ain't a problem. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, more raw scrap. Actually, let's pop this in here and see what happens. I mean, hey, money's money, right? Oh, look, engine components. Should I buy engine components? Maybe I'll buy just a couple engine components just because I have more money than I really know what to do with. 6 seems good. Let's get 2 more. This is still 430 is still more than I really know what to do with. So, I mean, especially because I don't even know how much engine upgrades even like cost. Scavenge fuel. I don't even know how much it's gonna cost. I don't know if it's gonna be like 1 engine component for an upgrade or like 4 for an upgrade. So I'm just kind of doing my thing. 8 seems solid. 8 seems like a good amount, I think. Bruh. Okay, I'm just gonna buy some food, and then I think I'm just gonna go. No need sticking around. Meow. Let's go! New area! Hell yeah! Cool. And some decent rolls. I saw it! Seraphin comes charging into the bunks. I actually saw it! He's wild-eyed, and his breath is ragged. Saw what? Seraphin takes a moment to catch his breath, suddenly aware of how frantic he sounds. He squints at you. Have you noticed how supplies have been going missing? Every so often when we travel? Oh, that's true. I only have 4 supplies right now. I have! You suddenly recall the mysterious mess that was left behind in supply storage. Seraphin sees the flicker of recognition in your eyes. So, after it happened a couple of times, I decided to keep an eye on our supply store. Seraphin lowers his voice. You know, check it from time to time. And just this cycle, I drifted down there really quiet, he leans in, and whoosh, something flew past me. He shakes his head, knocked me right into the wall. Something? I don't know. It came at me fast. Some kind of creature. Seraphin says the last word with emphasis. A creature? Is there really a creature loose on the ship? You look around the berth, suddenly aware that something could be hiding nearby. Tucked into the vents, perhaps? Maybe it's a sussy imposter in the vent? We know this thing likes supplies, right? Seraphin is also glancing around for hiding places. So we lock them down tighter. Keep it out. Maybe that way it'll get desperate. And then, Seraphin raises a finger, it'll make a mistake. It's me? Nah, bro. I'm not the imposter. I'm completely trustworthy. I'm a trustworthy crewmate. What are you talking about? Bliss leans in from the corridor. I can hear you all the way in the workshop. Seraphin saw the supply thief. Bliss looks between the two of you with a raised eyebrow. From the way you're talking, I'm assuming it's not human? It's something small and dark. Something fast. Seraphin looks at Bliss. We are going to lock up the supplies to drive it out. Oh wait, maybe I am the creature. Maybe I am. What if I was a little supply thief? What if I was eating all of their Ziploc baggies of goop? All the goop bags. I'm slurping it out like Capri Sun. Man, I should buy one of those cases of Capri Sun pouches. They're so yummy. It's so yummy. Or maybe, actually, can't you just buy like big jugs of Capri Sun to like pour into a cup? Because I would actually, it's just a really good juice. The Capri Sun is just like really, really good juice. It's like not too sweet, you know, it's pretty mild. It has more flavor than LaCroix, but not as much as like an actual juice. It's pretty good stuff. Bliss looks at Seraphin. If it's an animal, we don't want to make it any more scared and desperate than it already is. How about we lock up the supplies, but leave some out in a special place? Try to bait it. Boss, are you boss? Like Kazuhira Miller. Boss, are you eating the burgers? And he's like, no, but he's got like ketchup all over his face. Judge, maybe you are a creature. You're a little bit of a creature, but that's not your fault. That's just because you're European. Try to bait it and then grab it. Seraphin mimes the act. No. Bliss looks between the two of you. We show it that it has nothing to fear. We tame it. That's true. Food would definitely tame me. I think food is good for taming beasts. It didn't seem very tameable. Seraphin rubs his sore ribs. Plus, we've already wasted enough supplies on this thing. You want to give it more? Seraphin turns to you. What do you think, Sleeper? You look between the two of them, still processing the strange situation you find yourself in. Let's try to tame it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Wasting supplies is fine. We have so much money. Seraphin sighs. What a waste. All right, Bliss nods. You'll have to come down to the supply store every few cycles and put out some more food. That way it won't get desperate and do anything dangerous. But I'll lock the supplies up tight. Seraphin folds his arms. It won't get into them anymore. The cat's only interested because we be eating shit out of like, you know those churu tubes? The like cat treat tubes that it's like the paste in a little tube? That's the kind of shit we be eating in space, so it's like no wonder the cat is interested. Supply goblin. That's Junie. Junie's the supply goblin. Her name's Junie, right? I feel like I accidentally called her Julie earlier, but isn't it Junie? The plan set, Bliss and Seraphin leave the berth, heading in separate directions. You watch them go. It seems your ship has a stowaway. The question is, how will you deal with it? Wow. The winking sigils of the yards flash across the dark scarscape of the belt. Each one a siren light for crews in need of repairs or eager for improvements. The scatter yards live up their reputation. But Seraphin will not be drawn by the lights. He guides the ship into an empty, ragged-looking yard, darker and more frame than plate. It looks rougher than any of the others. Seraphin, maybe we want to dock somewhere a little more welcoming? We aren't that hard up. Bliss turns to you. Or are we worse off than I thought, Sleeper? Best shipwrights rarely have the brightest signs. Thought you'd know that, Bliss. Seraphin reaches up and flicks a set of switches above his head. Marco's the best in the scatter yards. The best? Or just the best you know? Bliss gives him a skeptical look. You'll see. I hope it's a cat. I hope it's the way they're describing it. I don't know if this game has like space aliens. So I'm hoping it's some kind of cat or something. I think we'd know if it was a dog. And I don't know if they got foxes or whatever in space or like raccoons. You'll see. Seraphin smiles widely, shutting off the main console and unclipping from the pilot seat. We're safe here. Seraphin turns to you. No need to run from Lane for a while. He'll never find us in Marco's yard. It is Junie. Will be nice to have a break from running. Junie floats at the back of the cockpit. I hear the scatter yards has some good data analysis terminals on the hub. Junie glances at you. If you can spare me. You follow Seraphin as he glides eagerly to the airlock. You and Bliss exchange glances. Both of you are used to Seraphin's headstrong moments, yet you still can't help but feel that now familiar pull of someone else's problems. Marco! Seraphin enters his arms to the figure coming through the cycling airlock. Finn! Okay, if my name was Marco, anytime someone called my name, I would call back Polo, right? I mean, how can you not? This guy looks pretty cute, actually. I love all the tools and gadgetry all these people always have on their outfits. Finn! Marco floats through the doorway, a crooked smile across his pale face, his sharp eyes glinting in the rig's bright work lights. The two embrace in more of a chest bump than a hug, Seraphin spinning with the momentum of the impact to end with his arm across Marco's shoulder, the two side by side, grinning. You'd be so fucking sick of people calling back Polo by the time of you were like 10. Bro, if my name is Marco, why would other people be calling back Polo? Why would other people are just, I guess other people love to enter conversations uninvited, so maybe you're right. It'd be a do the bit thing. I feel like I'd want to, but I don't know. I'm also not named Marco. Person 3 hears and says Polo. Jackass behavior. I would hate them forever. I'd be like, who the fuck are you, dog? Who the fuck are you? Nobody's talking to you. Fuck off. I'm Marco. You're stealing my bit. This is all I have in my entire life because my name is Marco. And you're ruining it for me. You notice Marco's eyes quickly falling on you, a slight narrowing suggesting he has immediate thoughts about your presence. Everyone always has immediate thoughts about my presence. So, this is who you're flying with now. This is who you're flying with now, Finn? Marco shoots you a wink, his expression shifting to conceal his previous curiosity or concern. Bliss, they introduce themselves curtly. You two used to be on a crew together, I assume? Me and Finn? No, we're just drinking buddies. Marco's response provokes a laugh from Seraphin. Some kind of joke you can't quite catch the tone of. I think they've fucked. Marco turns his attention to you. And a sleeper, he smiles. My condolences. It's a damn crime what those corporations do to you. But at least you're out, huh? I appreciate the solidarity. Of course, Marco taps a fist to his chest in a gesture that seems both genuine and mocking in the same instant. Marco turns back to Seraphin. It's been too long, Finn. Not flying with old Betty anymore? You immediately see the reaction in Seraphin, his entire being tightening without anything more than a shudder to signify it. No, that's long done. It's all I have, man. Some kind of joke you can't catch the tone of. Dude, the sleepers are definitely autistic. Plus, I don't have any points in engage. How am I supposed to read social situations? I'm coded to not be able to. They literally built me with autism. Marco shrugs. That's the way of the belt. He shakes Seraphin by the shoulder. Come on then. Enough floating around in this drafty old thing. Let's get a drink! I could really do with a drink. Unfortunately, it's 1 p.m. Marco turns his attention to you. Feel free to make yourself at home in the yard. Hell, take a little fuel. I've got loads of this stuff and it's been quiet for more than a few cycles. Happy to spare some for a friend. He steers Seraphin down the docking tunnel, waving a hand to you and calling back, I'll have him home in a cycle or two. His laughter echoes down the tunnel as they leave. Bliss turns to you. I'm going to go dig around the other yards for some components the rig could do with. They smile. You got things to do? I always got things to do, Bliss. I always got things to do, Bliss. Like, what job do I gotta do? I don't know. I live with my parents. I feel like my mother would disapprove. I mean, my grandpa drinks all day, but he's also like 96. He can get away with it. He's retired. You think of Cadet and wonder if she found her way to the scatter yards to extract the data on the hexport drive. The only way to know would be to find her. Seraphin's words echo in your mind. His insistence that the only way to escape Lane is to beat him on his home turf. With Darkseid just sunward of the scatter yards, this might be the perfect platform from which to attempt such a wild and dangerous plan. Sleeper? Bliss brings you out of your thoughts. I hate it when you do that. Just take care out there, okay? What, when I think? I'm sorry, is the robot not allowed to think? Let me have my thoughts. I got a lot of irons in the fire, dog. They drift off down the docking tunnel, leaving you in the airlock. It seems the next step is up to you. I got shit going on, buddy. Whoa, look at this. It's like, oh, I guess it is called the scatter yards. I just hadn't assumed it was literal. Wow. Ooh, junior ship fitter for an engineer. I could do that. I might do that. And then what's here? Transit hub. Ooh, another engineer. Okay. And then what's all this then? Drinking buddies. Oh, okay. This is just the timer of what's this? Meet Cadet in the scatter yards. Recon Darkseid. Oh yeah, wait for Seraphin. Okay. But we're doing investigate hexport right now. Shop talk seems interesting, but let's do this one. I like the look of this one. I like the look of junior ship fitter. Ooh, it pays pretty well too. So many irons in the fire, man. My fire is full of irons. Yikes. Well, that being the case, hold on a second. That being the case, let's put this into a risky instead of a danger. Very nice. New location. Oh. Hey! You hear the voice echoing through the public passage. Wait up! Hey, it's Cadet! What's up? I am glad to see you. Cadet sweeps her hair out of her eyes, and then glances up and down the corridor. This is not my kind of station. Cadet rolls straight into her complaints. All the yards have their own water and facilities, meaning the hub here is not fit for general use. There's a couple of guest houses, but you would not believe the state of them with all the spacers that stop here for shore leave. She shudders. You don't want to know. Hi, Cadet. Hi. Yeah, she blinks at you. Are you even listening? So, get this. Cadet locks her fingers together and stretches her arms. That girl of mine I said could crack anything? She's gone. Didn't even leave a note. Ran to Darkseid, maybe? Not that I'd blame her given the state of this place. She looks sideways at the grubby walls. She left her workshop empty, though, so I slipped in. That's where I've been napping. I've been doing my best all these cycles to crack that drive, but... She sighs. I'm a spindlejack, not a data scraper. Which is why I'm happy to see you. She takes a breath. Telling you, I have not spoken to anyone in a long time. She runs a hand through her hair. So, we've got nothing? You disappointed? Cadet gives you a strong look. We have a workshop that's safe and tucked away. I was thinking you could help with the rest. Look, I'm in over my head here. Cadet looks away, annoyed at herself. How about you come down to the workshop, we put our heads together, see what we can pull out. I just know there's some nasty shit on that drive. Stuff worth getting into the light. Cadet sets her jaw. Nasty enough for them to ruin my life over. I'll be there. Cadet smiles for a moment. Then it is gone. All right, then. The workshop is in the tech cluster. You'll see it, she sighs. Now, I've got to go find something to eat that isn't dried. She turns and disappears back down the passageway. Dried, you say? Ooh, an eatery. Okay. Always good to have an eatery on deck. You can never be too sure otherwise. Identify passcodes and break encryption. Interesting. That seems fun. That's gonna be a while. Let's just put our 2 into Let's see if we can explore a little. Okay, far out. Yep. It's nice to be able to go to a place that that Lane isn't gonna chase us to. That's always nice. That's fun. Ooh, these are pretty good rolls. Okay. Shoot. Let's just explore, I think. Well, okay, it feels like it would be a waste to put the 6s in something that's a plus. Let me try this. Ooh, +3 on the dark data. We're getting the dark data. Cool. New location discovered. Ooh, we're done. We're done. We've explored. Okay, yard supply. Okay, supplies and fuel. Very nice. Fuel's pretty cheap here, actually, and supplies are average. Pay bay usage fee. The engine component fabricators in the hub are for ship fitters only, so they ask for a one-time fee to dissuade casual use. Okay. Fabricator bay access. Sweet. Ah, look at that. Build engine components. Ooh. It takes time and skill to build engine components. Any errors will impact the outcome. Very interesting. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do with the engine components I have. I know Bliss was talking about like an upgrade or something. I feel like it's gonna be something like over here, maybe. But let's hit the next cycle. Let's hit that next cycle. Let's get the heck out of here. I think Seraphin and Marco are back. Sleeper! Seraphin's voice echoes through the ship. You in here? You glide down to the airlock, unsure of what state you're about to find your pilot in. Seraphin floats in the airlock, his arms above his head, gripping the lip of the interior door to hold himself in place. Come on, we need to talk. There's a straight-faced seriousness to Seraphin you weren't expecting, especially considering that he spent the past 2 cycles with Marco. You in trouble already? Seraphin shakes his head. I'm not messing around, just come. Seraphin leads you across the bridge, but rather than turn towards the automated shuttle bay that connects Marco's yard to the rest of the assembly, he leads you deeper into the guts of the yard itself. As he does, he begins to speak. I told Marco about Lane, about our escape, about everything. Seraphin ducks under a large pipe. He gets it. He works in Darkside. You trust him? I do. He looks back over his shoulder at you. And I would hope you trust me by now, too. He comes to a sealed door and hammers in an entry code. Somewhere, machines start whirring. Remember in Wellspring, after everything, what I said? Seraphin turns to face you. That we can't run forever? I mean, he folds his arms. That will always be true. But no, he meets your eye. That, if you want to be free, we need to fight back. The door suddenly squeals as the ancient motors kick in and drag it across its corroded tracks. It reveals a large, half-lit chamber, its furthest parts masked with layers of scaffolding and frames, so it is hard to tell where the room actually ends. At the center, in a pool of warm light, Marco floats beside a terminal screen. Sleeper, he touches his brow in a mock salute as you enter. Been busy plotting? Seraphin shoots you a look. Just hear Marco out, alright? You hear the door you entered through screech shut, and then a sudden silence descends. Sorry to drag you out here, Sleeper, but I really can't be overheard on this one. He sighs. We are close to Darkside here, and Utsubo have ambitions, shall we say, in the scatter yards. Me too, ambitions to upgrade my fucking ship. Finn told me the whole story, and I am sorry for your troubles. He clasps his hands together. You've done well to evade Lane this far, but you must understand he's also been distracted. Since Hexport went up, well, Darkside has been in crisis. If the war was the pressure shift that allowed Utsubo to build its strength, Hexport was the breach to blow it wide open. Marco springs his hands apart. Hexport's their justification for imposing total control in the name of protection. Marco glances away into a dark corner of the room. And, if my hunch is right, It's how they will extend their reach to the scatter yards. Ah, hell. Ah, fuck. I don't like the sound of that. Lane distracted is good. Yes, it has been so far, Marco frowns, but the tide is shifting, Sleeper. If Utsubo consolidate their control of Darkseid, their reach will be all the longer. Marco gives you a serious look. Then there really will be nowhere to hide. I am done running, Sleeper, Seraphin cuts in. I hate looking over my shoulder every cycle. I hate the nightmares, the fear. I want to face this head on, for better or worse. He looks away, scowling. I won't be controlled by Lane, and this is our chance to break that control. Lane is hunting you, Sleeper, which means he is not in Darkseid. Marco raises an eyebrow. This is good for you. There are people in Darkseid resisting Utsubo, though I hear it is not going well for them. If you could find them, find out what they need, there's a chance here. Marco pauses, and you get the feeling he's assessing your reaction. Taking action is a choice right now, Sleeper, but soon it won't be. Seraphin glances at Marco. Not if what Marco is telling me is true. Let's do this on our own terms. What do we need to do? Seraphin meets your eye with conviction. Thank you, Sleeper. I know we can do this. So it seems like I'm gonna have a little limited time on this. So hopefully I have a chance to look for that ship and help Cadet. And I want to go to the Greenbelt to get that stuff for Nemba. You know? Seraphin, meet your eye. Okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Marco interrupts. I'll need some time to work this out. If you two want to go to Darkseid, there's no way you can take that stolen rig. It was a big enough risk just to bring it here. He glances at Seraphin, and you get the feeling he has already been reprimanded for this. So, I need to find you a way in and a way out. Marco rubs his hands together. I know it can be done. But Marco turns to you. I recommend you take the next few cycles to prepare. The scatter yards are a good place to spend both spend and make cryo, depending on your need. And Finn, Marco puts a hand on his friend's shoulder. Try to stay cool. This will be recon only, a chance to see what's happening on Darkseid and make your connections. It is not the time for grand gestures. Seraphin nods. Thank you, Marco. He glances at you. We'll keep things quiet until you're ready. You and Seraphin leave the hidden bay, the door screeching open to allow you to exit. When it seals once more, Seraphin turns to you. This is our chance to shift things, Sleeper. Let's keep our heads in the game. Can we trust Marco? Seraphin sighs. I believe we can, but in case you haven't noticed, we don't have many allies this close to Darkseid anyway. We need to trust Marco. We should give Marco some time. I've got a few things I want to take care of in the scatter yards, and I want to get a message to Tala. I know she would want to hear from me before... He trails off. Let's make sure we're ready. Keep your head up, Sleeper. I'll see you on the rig. And with that, Seraphin kicks off down the passage on his way to the shuttle dock. You watch him go, unsure if you are impressed or concerned about his headstrong nature. Either way, things are in motion. The only thing you can do now is give yourself the best chance of success. Alright, it's time. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Well, let's just pop this in here. Let's put a little food in there for the kitty. And... new location discovered? What? Okay. Let's do this. Let's get some junior ship fitter happening. And I want to do this too. I really want to see what happens here. This seems like this could be the place for me to upgrade my ship. That's some quality work you've been doing. The voice booms through the locker room after your ship fitter shift. But why are you doing grunt work, Sleeper? Ooh. Is that a mechanical arm? That looks really cool. You turn to see a large man with a metal arm and bright patterned clothes. You spent enough time here to immediately know this is Surya, owner of the yard and well-known ship fitter. Well? Surya wipes his one metallic hand on a cloth, polishing its painted surface. What do you have to say for yourself? I needed the chits. Is that so? Surya nods slowly. I know a lot of what happens in the scatter yard, Sleeper, and what I don't know, people tell me. He smiles proudly. And I know you have a ship. Someone who has a ship, especially a ship like yours, should not be lugging around my workers' tools. Surya flexes his artificial arm, inspecting it. That, to a person like me, is a waste. Ships cost cryo to run. True. All the more reason to really use them, though, isn't it? I went to take a look at your ship, Sleeper. Surya goes back to working on the hand. Call it professional curiosity. It's a bit drab. Surya looks up and meets your eye. An old Solheim rig, still in corporate colors? Shakes his head. No. I feel like that's your problem. People want a crew that looks the part, an outfit with an outfit. He grins. Look at my yard. I grew it from a chunk of scrap by showing people I was professional. I had standards. I made Surya's yard recognizable. Your problem is you are working as a shipfitter's mate when you should be imagining much more for yourself and your crew. Surya smiles. And so that got me thinking. I want to help you, to clean up that old rig, paint it up, give it some color. He tucks the cloth away in his tool belt. How does that sound? I'd love that. Perfect. Do I get to paint my ship? That's cool as hell. The thing is, you don't just slap some paint on an old rig like that. And for this to work, we need its look to reflect your crew, your style. So, while I'm happy to do the painting with my team, I'll need you to go find some inspiration. Surya looks away, toward the locker room's lone window. Luckily, the belt is full of it. Full of pattern and texture and style. There's nothing uniform about this place, and it's the better for it. Surya looks back at you. You need to go out there, find some views, some sights, and make your own designs. Here. He proudly pulls a small slate from his tool bag. It has a 64 color screen. I fixed it up myself. Wow, 64 whole colors. That's crazy. You take and inspect the slate, made from mismatched pieces, but elegantly so. See what you find to inspire you, he smiles. Then come see me again. Where should I go? Bar Spindle would be a good place to start. Colorful, bright places, I think. That rig is drab enough. I can see what you're thinking. You're thinking, what's in it for me financially? Surya eyes you carefully. How does this make you any chits? That's the other part of the proposal. While you take this voyage around the belt, you can do something for me and get paid for it. Free of charge, I will paint your rig with the look and name of my yard here. Surya's Yard. It commands respect. He nods, say, dude, sponsor? Corporate sponsor? No, not corporate, just a guy, but like, yo, our first sponsor. You take that name to the rest of the belt, represent it, and on your travels, spread it to other crews. For this, I will pay you 300 cryo! Oh, hell yeah! I'll take it. I'll take that money. It's mutually beneficial. You will earn better doing this than any yard work, and I get increased custom. What's not to like? Surya awaits your response calmly, but you feel his expectant eyes on you. It's a deal! Wonderful, Surya beams. I will send my team over immediately. By the time you return to your rig, they should be done. He reaches into his work pouch. Here, 150 cryo now. He takes out a handful of high-value chits. Another 150 cryo when you return with those designs. Take the chits. You take the cryo. Of course, I will give you the other half on your return with those designs. He smiles apologetically. I need to be sure you don't repaint the ship before your pilgrimage is done. It's only fair. Keep the slate. He waves an arm at you to put it away. Go find inspiration. Bring me those designs. I don't want to see you back here in this shipyard. You need to be out there, Surya smiles. It was a pleasure, and before you can say anything else, he's gone. Time to find out what his crew have done to your rig. Intriguing. Rig paint removal? Lamau. Okay, so repaint the rig. Make sketches across the belt. Okay, this actually sounds pretty fun. Oh shit, look at this. Wow, they really did repaint it. They put some neon on it too. That's kind of cool. Parent Supply Spit Drive, Cadet's Workshop, Herm. Okay. I guess I'm still waiting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Bliss will come back to me in a few cycles and tell me about this ship upgrading situation, because this is where she told us to go. Vis-a-vis that. And I am itching to use some engine components to upgrade this motherfucker. You know what I mean? You should just look at your engine. I was already there. There's like nothing here. Oh, wait, rig engine. I didn't even notice that thing. Oh, fuck me. Okay. You're right. That's my bad. I've had the option for a while. That's crazy. +5 fuel capacity. Well, she was like, man, the way she phrased it, it didn't seem like I'd just be able to do it. Okay, thank you for the heads up. 15 fuel. That's pretty good. Let's see what happens if I just get a neutral. Okay, that's cool. Let's get some food. Let's get some grub. Wow. And it does just cost 8, and it seems to be a one-time thing. Good thing I had exactly 8. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's definitely the end of the day. Come on, good rolls. Wow, that's ass, dude. That sucks. I mean, the 6 is okay, I guess. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Maybe we can get some neutrals at least. Okay, yeah, neutral's pretty good. Can we get another one? Okay, just one more neutral? Okay, please? Okay, sweet. Whew. Cadet catches your eye as you look over at her. What is it? She takes the end of the metal chopstick she'd been chewing on out of her mouth. Got something? Cadet had given up already for the cycle, and while you were cracking the drive's complex encryption on her friend's workstation, she'd been floating around in the middle of the small workshop, pinging bits of scrap off the shelving on the wall. Wow, quite the attention span on this one. Now, she spins in the air and pushes off from the ceiling, spinning as she glides so she lands perfectly behind you, leaning over the terminal screen. As she does, you hit a key, executing the final decryption process. Slick. She goes to ruffle your hair, but you don't have any. Instead, she just wobbles your head playfully. What we got? With Cadet hanging over your shoulder, you try to concentrate on the data spooling across the screen. The first thing that catches your eye is the steady repetition of Quext, an identifier for Conway extractions. Oh, the behemoth conglomerate currently waging a corporate war with Senate stat in your inner system. Pets, 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 pets. When the biker girl gives you pets on your bald little head. Why Conway? What is this data? You stop the scroll, looking for details. Hit that thing. Cadet pokes the screen, making it wobble. You dutifully click. A comment expands on the code, a note left by someone. It mentions tests and protocols, discusses reverse engineering and carrier signals. Don't you love dutifully clicking for a babe? I love dutifully clicking for a babe. You close it and find another. Drone latency, another. Security bypass, one more. Kill switch. It takes a long time, you and Cadet squinting into the blue screen, to build up a picture of what you're looking at. When you're done, both of you sit back, your eyes sore and your minds clogged with technical terminology. Shit, Cadet shakes her head. They were dissecting it live. She's referring to the Conway drone mind this stream of data was scraped from. Huge volumes of internal data, of control systems, protocols, and passphrases. The kind of data you imagine was closely guarded by Conway, kept secret to allow the smooth operation of its drones. This thing, it's some kind of general or manager, right? Giving orders out to all the little drones that work for it? Cadet squints. I always thought Conway controlled its drones remotely, with people, those zero latency point interfaces you hear about. From what you know, Cadet is right. Conway is known for their novel solution to the scale and logistical problems of the surrogate systems. Extraction and security drone ships, piloted from light years away with proprietary comms interfaces. A drone mind, what this code is scraped from, should be a kind of distributor, a relay for the local drones that link to the closely guarded transmitter-receiver. But this data suggests otherwise. It suggests an active, cognitive process, far more complex than any protocol you have heard of. A thinking machine. A thinking machine? Is that just like in Dune? It's a Dune reference? Holy shit. Jihad now! Anyway, look, Cadet jabs at the screen again. Is that... She squints. You simply see a line in the data stream that reads simply, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out. How did they do this? Cadet leans back. Everyone knows captured Conway drones purge themselves and everything else is in the couple of... Conway drones purge themselves and everything else is in the couple of square clicks around them when captured. It is tech heresy, man. You can't trust that shit. You rip the control core out of one. Sure, you can You rip the control core out of one? Sure, you can disassemble it, but its system will be gone. This one was still running when they took it apart. It should have gone up like a tactical nuke the moment they started... She stops suddenly, the fate of Hexport jumping into her mind. Is that what happened? But how did they get all this and get it out on a drive? Silence fills the workshop. You look back to the screen, unsure of the answers to Cadet's questions. You feel a deep chill, one that you know has nothing to do with the temperature of the workshop. Ooh. Who the hell was doing this? Cadet scans the code once more. Let's try it. Hey, neutral gets us there. You go back over the data. It's scrubbed clean. Not a mention of who is scraping the data. You go over it again. Nothing. Not a single clue. The thought starts a process in your mind. Who scrubs data this clean? Who wants Conway drone protocols? Sentet? Or is that too simple, too obvious for it to be Conway's lone opponent in this system-wide war? It's a possibility, so you say it aloud. Yeah, that'd be my first guess too, Cadet yawns, but it's still a guess. We've been at this too long, Cadet sighs. I'm cooked. She pushes away from the terminal and floats in the room, stretching out her arching back. Cadet's arching back. We know they had this drone mined on Hexport. That's where they were cutting it, scraping it. We know something happened, and Hexport went up. She sketches her thoughts out in the air with hand gestures as she summarizes. The data got out on that drive, I'm assuming, before the explosion, then got to the far spindle. Someone tried to courier it, using me, but the receiver wasn't there. She turns and looks at you. Which is when they ruined my life and my job trying to get it back. This data is valuable. That's for sure. Imagine taking control of all those drones, turning them away or towards any target you wanted. She floats over to the drive and picks it up. This thing is the only way to buy my life back. Cadet frowns at it. The way I see it, we have to expose these fools so they leave me be, or give them the data so they piss off forever. We can't give them this. Not if we don't know who they are. She laughs half-heartedly. But yeah, we can't. All the roads lead in one direction, I'm afraid. She spins the drive in the air. Back home. Hexport. If there's anything to confirm or deny this data, if there's anything to connect it to, if there's anything left at all, it'll be in the remains of that station. I had a feeling it might come to this, so I made some inquiries when I first got here. The word is that the place is irradiated to hell, but I've also heard the radiation is fading. And it's not like half the belt isn't glowing anyway. She shrugs grimly. With suits, we'd have maybe a few cycles before it started to leak through. This sounds like a contract. The problem is getting in. She puts the drive back on the desk's magnetic surface. Is that okay for the drive to put it on a magnetic surface? Far spindle is a no. Not only do I not want to get picked up there, but the debris is denser on that side. No safe way in. Dark side is the best bet. She shakes her head. But I heard you have some trouble waiting for you there. What if I deal with the trouble? Then we'd have a clear shot at it, she shrugs. Easier said than done. This place has one hell of a stowaway spot, shielded from everything. Plus the scatter yards are no one's territory. I'm gonna leave the drive here, she squints at you. No peeking. But me? I want to keep moving. So I was thinking I could make myself useful till you shake that trouble in dark side, she smiles. Work for room and board and all that. You want to come with me? Yeah, she smiles. Professionally speaking. Ooh. What do you say? She folds her arms. You know I'm tough, and I can do plenty besides ride an air bike. You're in! I love building my crew. That's the answer I was looking for, Cadet scans the workshop. I've had enough of spacer bathrooms for a lifetime. I'll make myself at home on your rig. She picks up the drive and tucks it in a pocket. Cadet glances away at the racks on the wall, and you follow her eyes to spot her air bike where it is hanging, carefully secured and pristinely kept. Cadet gives you a hard look. You better have room for my bike. Heh 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 heh. Heh 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 heh. Heh 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 heh. Excellent. Oh wait, it's +4 energy. Shit. Sweet. Well, I guess we're still waiting for this, so I guess I'll go to bed. So, okay, so get back to Darkside. Wait for Marco to get to Darkside. Repaint the rig. Spores. Bait or starve the stowaway. Go to the hollow. I'm thinking about going to the hollow, but then I also need to, let's see, like, oh, pilot unavailable. Okay, that's fine. Well, shit, I can't look at the map? Fuck me, I guess. All right, let's just go to bed. I just wanted to look at the belt map real quick. I wonder if anyone's gonna comment on the ship. If Seraphin is gonna be like, what the fuck did you do to our rig? You find Seraphin and Marco waiting for you in the hidden room where you met before. They're chatting quietly, their shadows cast across the scaffolding by a small lamp. Let me take a sip of water. Yum. Okay. Sleeper, Marco's got something good. He nods to Marco. Tell him. Marco gives you a nod as you look at him, his mood quiet, conspiratorial. I don't know if it's as good as Finn thinks, but it is an opening. I heard back from a friend of mine who runs a yard on the edge of the cluster, a fair way out from here. Smart guy. He makes a tidy profit off selling fuel to freight crews on their way into Darkside. He undercuts the Darkside dockyard fuel prices, which include a cut for Utsubo, so they stop off at his place to fill up before heading in. Interesting. Clearly, this is some kind of business. Oh, this is his kind of business. This guy, he owes me a favor, and I'm gonna call it in. He can get a few of us onto a freight crew, swap us out from the usuals who stay at his place, and let him have a few drinks on him. The crew, meaning us, will deliver the freight, complete with a stopover for cargo loading in Darkside. He smiles, which is when you do what you need to do. We'll have as long as we need, but the more time we spend there, the more likely they'll discover us. Marco looks at you. We'll keep our heads down, sleep and eat on the freighter. Then, once we're done and the freighter's loaded, we take it on out again. Return to my friend's yard and swap the crews back. He shrugs, emphasizing the simplicity of the plan. No one will ever know we were there. See? It's good, Seraphin nods. It'll work, right? What if they check the crew list? What, on the manifest? Not going to happen. And who's to say you aren't the names on that list? This is the belt. Seraphin looks concerned. It's going to be tight, but I reckon you can get what you need in time. Make some connections with whoever is resisting Utsubo. Get an idea of their operation. Look for weaknesses. It'll have to be quiet, Finn. Marco gives you both a warning look. No noise, no attention. This can quickly become a one-way ticket. Seraphin turns to you. Think you can handle that? Together we'll get it done. Seraphin and Marco exchange concerned glances. What aren't they telling you? There's one more thing, Sleeper. Seraphin looks down. Someone needs to stay with the rig. Someone who can pilot it if there's any attention at the yard. He meets your eye. It has to be like this. I'm sorry. I'll be going in with you. Marco puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder. I know, Darkside. I'll guide you all the way in and all the way out. There will be room for one more on the crew. I'll leave who that is to you. But let me give you some advice. He leans in closer. You better be sure you really trust anybody you take on this one. You look between the two of them. Just you and Marco might be the safer option. But fewer people, the less likely it is you give yourselves away. The fewer people, the less likely it is you give yourselves away. But then, if Marco doesn't keep up his end of the bargain, you'll want all the backup you can get. The other problem is that we have to go right away. You see the rising tension in Marco's face. The freighter's arriving this cycle. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, okay. I was a little worried that confronting Lane might be like the conclusion of the game, But considering that, like, immediately, you know, with Cadet's mission, with Cadet's drive, we immediately know that there will actually be gameplay after taking out Lane. After going to Darkseid and dealing with Lane, the game is going to keep going because we're already getting quests that are for after that, right? Plus, with the way Marco and Seraphin have been, there literally has not been a single opportunity for us to get to the Hollow or Greenbelt. So, okay, yeah, I'm down with pursuing this immediately because it's not like I'm getting locked into the end game or anything. I just gotta take care of this fucker, and then we can get back to it. Seraphin turns to you. I'm sorry I can't come, Sleeper, but we need to do this now. Okay, let's go. Seraphin nods, his expression dark. I'm feeling it. I'll be ready whenever you need. Just give me the word and we'll head out to my friend's yard, Marco sighs. We keep this tight and nothing needs to go wrong. His words echo in your mind as you leave the hidden room, a creeping doubt settling itself in the pit of your stomach. This is it. Time to go back to Darkseid. What? New local crew available. New contract on map. Well, let's at the very least, like, hold on. At the very least, also, I'm gonna fill up on supplies because I don't know what is gonna happen out there. But I guess there isn't any opportunity to make money here, actually. Yeah, fuck it, let's go. Is it like a contract? Yeah, here we go. Darkseid Recon. I don't know. I'm thinking I understand the merits of only bringing Marco, but like, can I trust Marco? It's hard to say. I feel like I want to bring someone. Oh, interesting. Engineering, and I think that's Engage. I feel like I can really trust Junie, honestly. I feel like maybe I should bring Junie. But it's hard to say. I'm gonna bring Junie. I understand the merit of only bringing one person, but I can't just... I mean, Marco seems cool, but I don't know him. It's essentially going in by myself with just him. I'm bringing Junie. Sorry, Junie, I know this is a little high stakes, but I know you can do it. I believe in you. Okay, the freighter hangs over the ragged shipyard as the rig idles in the dock. Your eyes trace the fuel lines sneaking up to its underside, where they disappear into the dark. A chirp from the pilot's console breaks the silence. Marco's signal. This is it, Sleeper. Seraphin settles back from the controls of the rig. He looks over his shoulder at you. You better get going. Don't get too bored. I'll do my best, Seraphin smirks. Hope they have something to drink in the yard. You glide towards the back of the cockpit. Seraphin clears his throat. Just don't do anything reckless, alright? As you float down the corridor towards the airlock, Marco comes to meet you, his usual gear swapped out for a plain set of overalls that you imagine are borrowed from the freighter crew. You ready to go, Sleeper? The crew we're replacing are already in the yard, so the sooner we get on board, the better. He gives you a look. How are you feeling? Confident. I'm feeling confident. I think we can do this. I'm feeling good about this, honestly. He smiles. That's what I like to hear. No reason not to be. He pats you on the shoulder as you cross into the airlock. The airlock cycles, and Marco leads you into the yard through a series of shadowy passages that connect the two docking bridges. Now's the time, Sleeper, Marco says as you work your way through the yard. Any questions? Any concerns? Speak up now. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, 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 pat. I need pats to... I'm scared. I need lots of pats. Will we have to pass any checks? Marco shrugs. This freighter is a known ship to Utsubo. It makes this route on a regular basis. They have no reason to suspect it. You reach a vertical tunnel and start ascending. At the docks, we'll probably have to give some enforcers a nod and a smile, but that's it. You come out at the entrance to the other docking tunnel, the freighter filling the view windows so all you can see are the plates of its scratched hull. Junie is waiting by the docking bridge, looking sheepish in a set of crew overalls with rolled legs and sleeves. Sleeper, is this really necessary? We're being discreet. Well, why aren't you wearing any then? Junie shakes her head and pats down her sides. Am I not? I should be. I would like to be. These things don't even have close to enough pockets. Where am I supposed to keep my gear? Me, anytime I'm wearing any women's clothing, basically ever. Sorry to interrupt, but we need to go, Marco gestures to the docking bridge. You hit the button to open the doors and glide towards the freighter's airlock. As you do, the fear settles in. You're going back to dark side. More like dork side. Wow, these rolls suck shit, man. Are you kidding me? Whatever, it's fine. Darkside sprawls out across the starscape, its surface a vast and random accumulation of structures, lights, and signs. You've watched it as the freighter cut across the bell, as it grew cycle by cycle, like a stain across the cockpit glass. Watching it approach, the fragmented memories of your time there pass through your mind, each one dissolving the moment you try to focus on it. Only the sensations remain. Despair, claustrophobia, fear, all somehow strengthened by their disconnected nature. It's as if, by not being attached to specific memories, they can run free through your mind, as alive as they were in the first moment of feeling. Instruction received. Appreciate it. Marco is in the pilot seat, talking to the port authority. Incoming to strut 2-3. He turns back to you, clicking off the outgoing comms channel. First step complete. We've got docking approval, as expected. He raises his eyebrows, noticing something in your face. Keep it together, all right? I've got this. I'm fine. Good. He turns back to the controls. I get it. Junie's voice carries across the cockpit, catching your attention. This place comes with a lot of baggage, right? She nods. I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, this is where we met. No, this isn't where we met Junie. We met her on Hexport. But you aren't here alone. Not this time. Junie gives you a serious look. We'll look out for you. There's a hollow rumble through the body of the freighter as Marco brings it into the dock. The noises of this draftier, more industrial ship differ to those of your rig, and you haven't quite got used to them yet. A squawk of noise over the comm sends Marco scrabbling at the controls to submit the docking code he was sent just moments before. There is an agonizing wait, and then a chirp as the code is accepted. The freighter is docked. All right. Let me go out first. Talk to the dockers, start the unloading. He unclips from his seat. Then you're good to go. Okay, I'll wait. Marco nods. All right, hold fast. And he glides out of the cockpit without waiting for a response. You hold your nerve, looking out at the flickering lights and distant traffic. The airlock clunks open and closed again. Time drags on. You turn your attention to the job ahead. Seeing it stretched out in front of you, Darkside seems impossibly vast. Too vast to find a specific person. But just to find a type of person, someone unhappy with Utsubo's gains, ready to risk their life to change this place, and push to a point of desperation or anger, that might be a lot more doable. But first, you must understand Utsubo. See how they run this place, where they meet, what they talk about. Find where Utsubo is weakest. Find where they can be broken. And think about the pressure that might be applied, not just by you, but by all of Darkside. You hear a tapping in the corner, and see Junie with her deck out on her lap, fingers dancing over the keys. She looks hard at work, focused. What are you working on? Me? Oh. Junie reflexively shuts off the screen, as if it was showing something illicit. Nothing, just a project of mine, sorry. She pauses, sighs, and turns the deck back on, rotating its clip-on screen to face you. She hits a large key, and a four-legged shape appears, drawn in simple lines, its tail twitching as it sits. It helps me relax. She glances at the screen, coding its behaviors. You watch as the cat lifts a paw and bats at a handful of pixels. A fly? Junie switches the deck off again. I'll stay focused on the job. Won't happen again. She looks down, clearly embarrassed. It's cute. She laughs a little. Yeah, I guess it is. The airlock cycles once more, and moments later, Marco is in the cockpit, sweat beading on his brow. He takes a moment, his mood uncharacteristically flushed. Junie's awesome. I love Junie so much. I'm so fucking glad that we were able to meet up with her again and get her on the crew. I was so fucking heartbroken when I thought that she died on Hexport. I was like, there's no way. She did. She made a little Tamagotchi. Well, I bent the truth a little back there, but I think we're good. He runs a hand over his hair, slicking it back into place. What do you mean slicking it back? Does this look slicked back? Luckily, I've had a lot of work lying to dock workers. He gives you a wink. They'll begin unloading later this cycle. And they won't be in a rush, he smiles. We have our time, as promised. But the sudden interjection evaporates any relief you are feeling. Utsubo are watching these docks. That I know for sure. For now, we are just another freighter. But all are coming and going? That could be a problem. He turns to you. We can try to disable their monitoring, or just get the job done before it becomes an issue. I'll take a look. Marco nods. I'm sure you will. Either way, we need to get on with what we are doing. Marco folds his arms. Utsubo are everywhere, and we need to understand them, to know what is happening inside their organization. We slip under their skin and find out how they work. Marco looks at you. This is what I recommend. But now, Sleeper, it is your turn to lead. He folds his arms. Tell us where to begin. You feel the attention, the pressure shift to you. Time to find some allies. Time to find Utsubo's weakness. Time to stop running and resist. What? Oh, look at that. Utsubo hunting us down. Okay. Oh, here we go. Eavesdropping? That's perfect for Junie, although she rolled poorly. Let's look at this. What's this? Hack surveillance. Okay, well this is good for me, and this is good for Junie, though she can't really. Yeesh. I'll give it a shot. Okay. Solid. I'm gonna push, just like immediately. Positive, pretty good. Maybe I should have tried something before doing that. Exactly. Look at that shit. God damn. Wait, +2 stress? Why am I at 3 stress? What do you mean +2 stress? I had none stress. What the hell? I'm cooked, bro. What was going on here? Let's do this. Ooh, that's very nice. Oh shit. Okay. All the way out here, huh? Hack Utsubo comms, track enforcers. Wow, another thing. Okay, this was good. Bringing Junie along was definitely a good idea. Oh, a big place. I just have a bunch of 3s is the problem, and these are like dangerous. This is a big deal. Yikes. Okay. I don't want to get too much stress. Let's just try one more time. Yikes. That's a lot of stress. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Oh, okay. These are good rolls. These are really good rolls. Okay. We're doing it. We are officially doing it. I say gulping. Really? Okay. Wow. I wish I had better than a 1. But I think it's gonna be okay. Alright. This is rough. I need to find something. I need something risky to put a point into because I need to manage the stress a little. Shit. Okay, let's try this. Yikes, more stress. Okay. Risky. I think that might be the play. Yikes. Those are both the danger. Cuz I want to push to get at least a neutral reaction, right? Okay. That's good. We save a bit of stress on that. And then oh gosh. Interesting approach. Very nice. If we can just do that one more time, that would be awesome. Hell yeah. Oh, new location, eh? Extract cipher, another thing for Junie. And steal passkey. Okay. But what about over here? This might be good. This might be good to work on, invest in, that kind of thing. Yeah, okay. Docker's rest. Let's just pop something into here. I mean, it's 100% success rate, right? So, ooh, 3 on a full success? That's really good. I like that. And we used every single fucking dice. I gotta be careful though, because I didn't fully consider. I'd been thinking, usually when I go on contracts, I have my ship. So I'd been thinking that when the time finally came for a die to break, I'd be able to fix it easily. But that's not really the case here. So it's a little worrying. Junie got great rolls though. This is risky. I will probably put a dice in here. Let's do these. Or well, let's push and see if we can get this. Fuck! Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, it's so over. It's definitely 100% over. Okay. All right. I don't know. I guess I'll put the 6 in here. I don't really want to risk it. Oh, something. Okay. You leave Docker's Rest with an Utsubo passkey in hand, sure to get you inside one of their safe houses. Now the trick is to find one. You make your way through the docks, head down in the dark passageways. Sleeper? Junie's voice cuts through the hiss of the air cyclers. Marco's gone. You stop in the dark side passageway you were drifting down, a quiet connection between 2 thoroughfares. You glance around at the loose bundles of wires and stained metal plates. It seems like a safe place to talk. Bro, okay, I'm extra glad I brought Junie, because what the fuck? Where'd Marco go? He just left. Junie looks nervously down at her feet. He said he had something he wanted to do and left. That was it. You pause for a moment, unsure how to react. What's going on? Junie rubs her hands together. I don't know, Sleeper. I don't really know Marco. I thought you and Seraphin... She trails off. This isn't good, is it? You take a moment. No need to panic. Marco brought you here. He'll get you out. You look down the corridor towards a busier, wider passage where people drift by. If he needed to deal with something, then, well, he needed to deal with something. It doesn't mean anything. And you sure as hell wish he had given you a warning. But you sure as hell wish he'd given you a warning. Surveilled and now short-handed, this job is going from bad to worse. Yeah, this is a little worrying. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's a little scary. Wow, 2 of my dice at 1 health and basically full stress. I don't think I'm going to hit that. I think I'm going to go back and rest and hope that all of my dice aren't destroyed. Fuck, man. Okay. This is pretty rough. Bro, this is not happening. We're like definitely gonna have to bail early. You know? We're like gonna fail the contract. But I guess all we can do is try, right? Yikes. All we can do is try. This is just not looking good, though. Okay, well, basically done. I just don't think I can... I don't think a push would be worth it with a 1, with these kind of rolls. Goodbye, my dice. Yeah. Yikes. What happens if all of my dice break? Like, what do we do in that situation? Yikes. Okay. More like, what happens when all of my dice break? You know? I'm about to run out of supplies anyway. This is so rough. Eesh. Well, a 5 and a 6 aren't awful. They're not going to get us there, but they're not, like, awful. I guess. Okay, but of course, supply is empty. My stress is going to cap out, and it's going to destroy my dice. Yikes, dude. Yikes, dude. Though this will get us there. Sort of. Okay. Wow, an Utsubo entry. That's great. I guess we'll unlock the entrance and see what happens. Yikes. The unmarked door slides open as you use the cipher. Beyond it, a dark tunnel descends, its roof a mess of bundled tubes and wires. Entering, you see a flickering light at its far end and hear the soft echo of raised voices. Junie gives you a gentle nod. Let's go listen in. She glances over her shoulder nervously. You drift down the tunnel, keeping your limbs clear of the sides, your passage through the air silent and gentle. You focus on the flickering light, the sound of the voices growing ever louder. As you descend through the tunnel, you notice a small dark doorway leading off before the tunnel reaches the bottom. You slow yourself gently, fingertips grazing the metal walls on either side. Glancing through, you see the doorway leads out onto a framework balcony, high on the wall of some dark room. You glance down to the bottom of the tunnel and hear the voices rising in volume. Sleeper, Junie hisses from behind you. The balcony! You come out onto the balcony, overlooking a dark, cavernous room, lit in patches, with a bright area at the far end. It is filled with people, Utsubo enforcers and members, all facing forward, their floating bodies silhouetted by the pool of bright light ahead. And in that bright pool, two figures are arguing. You come to the edge of the balcony, a feeling of safety granted to you by both your elevation and the cover of darkness. Below, the entire room has its attention focused on the two figures in the pool of light, the watching audience keeping to the dark perimeter, as if they were observing a piece of theater. You feel Junie arrive beside you, her attention, like yours, on the scene below. These are my territories. You need to withdraw. One figure, their features hard to define in the pool of light, gestures at the other. There is no discussion to be had. The other figure laughs. You're pathetic, Orin. The washgate is a joke, like you. He turns to the crowd, and you see dark hair, dark eyes, and a smile like a slit. This guy's kind of cute, actually. Daichi? I kind of like this guy. The dark-haired figure addresses the gathered crowd. Orin makes nothing from the washgate. All that freight, and he lets it slip by while he soaks up bribes. Jeering echoes around the crowd. He's stealing from you all. Daichi, you piece of shit, Orin spits, a glinting orb zipping past the other man. You have no respect. A few of the crowd enter the light, gathering behind one figure or the other. Barely more than an enforcer and already dictating terms. If you had any idea what was happening in the passages, you'd know we've been facing sabotage and resistance across the washgate. Orin shakes his head. Utsubo's control is under question. Sabotage and resistance. You quietly log the remark in your mind. Those are the people you have to find. Daichi smirks in response. I still know how it is in the passages, but you are getting soft, Orin. He glances around. You can't deal with some angry shop owners. He makes a show of his mocking laugh. It's easy to mock, but they are organized, and I am close to rooting out their meeting places. Orin folds his arms. You wouldn't know where to start looking. If you say so, old man. In the end, it's only a matter of time before someone ambitious notices how weak you've become. Daiichi draws a finger across his throat with a grin. The room erupts in shouts. Both sides call out insults, while others from the crowd air their own problems, some drifting into the light to heckle Daiichi and Orin directly. Silence! A voice cuts through the room. Raised above all the others, the noise drops. You lean forward to get a better view. Whoa. Ankita, commanding Utsubo lieutenant. Cool. I like her. A woman holds her muscled arms in the air, a wide, strong posture of control, not surrender. Both of you, she shakes her head, her long braid snaking through the air as she does. Enough! This is not how we do things! The chaos is replaced by a disgruntled muttering, no one voice willing to rise above the murmur. Daiichi floats to one side, arms coolly folded, while Orin fumes opposite him, his hands in tight fists. Strong woman. Save me, strong woman. So, this is how the Starward Ward conducts its business? She shoots hard looks around the room. Animals fighting over scraps. Ankita, Orin eyes Daiichi as he speaks. Daiichi is the one disrespecting the leadership and the trust they have placed in... I said, enough. Your weakness does not impress me, Orin. She turns to Daiichi. And neither does your petulance, Daiichi. Watch who you're calling weak, Ankita. Orin narrows his eyes. You may be Lane's favorite, but I have something that will change all that. He looks out over the heads of the crowd. Bring him. Uh-oh. 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 A figure is dragged into the circle of light, their head low, a greasy tangle of dark hair drifting over their face. They lift a hand and slick it back out of their eyes. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Marco! Marco! Junie hisses from beside you as Marco's pale face catches the light, gleaming with sweat. This one here has a very interesting story to share with us all. Fucking rat! Are you kidding? Orin gestures to the gathered crowd. I'm sure you are all aware of the bounty Lane has put on the head of a very valuable escaped sleeper and their accomplices. Well, Marco here tells me, he smiles at Marco, whose eyes are fixed forward, squinting into the light, that same sleeper is, right now, on a freighter moored in the Washgate docks. Uh-oh. A ripple runs through the gathered crowd, a reflection of the value of this information. You wonder how much cryo is on you and Seraphin's heads. You look into Marco's eyes, attempting to see any indication of what this might be. A desperate bid to save himself? Or a betrayal of everything you agreed upon? His set stare reveals nothing. Now, Lane himself will be returning in 3 cycles, and you can imagine how pleased he will be when I present the sleeper to him. Uh-oh. Ankita stares at Orin. You had no business keeping this from me. She folds her arms. I will be the one to bring the sleeper in. Not so fast, Ankita. Orin turns to the gathered crowd. The first of you to bring me the sleeper will be given a share of Washgate. He shoots a look across the circle of light. That includes you, Daiichi. Oh shit. The crowd erupts into shouts and movement, the assembled Utsubo members suddenly up and moving towards the door. You push yourself into the corner of the balcony, tucking yourself into the shadows as you hear the tunnel filling with voices. There are shouts and scuffles, and you fear that any moment you will be discovered, but as time passes, the noise subsides. You only open your eyes when the sound disappears altogether. The Utsubo members on their way to your freighter, the freighter that is supposed to take you off Darkside. You feel the panic rising. You're trapped here once more. This is fucked. This is real fucked. Sleeper, we need to get out of here, Junie whispers at your side. It's too dangerous. You ascend through the tunnel, silent, slow. Your eyes are on the entrance, hoping that no Utsubo member returns or enters. And then you are back out in the main passageway, blinking in the light of the fluorescent panels and gliding away from the entrance, lost in a daze. Uh-oh. Somewhere in the rise, you eventually stop, not sure where you might be going, but needing to get away from what you just witnessed. You can't go back to the freighter. That much is clear, which means no supplies, no place to sleep. Then there's Marco. Was this always part of his plan? Or is this just him in survival mode? Your mind fills with questions and worries, the path ahead unclear. Marco, did he really give us up? Junie hovers in the passageway, her face a mask of concern. I don't understand, Sleeper. Neither do I. Junie sighs and looks away. You feel lost, abandoned. Your mind races with questions. Can you really leave this place without Marco? How would Seraphin react? If he actually has been caught by Utsubo, can you forgive him for giving into the pressure? You're struggling to be angry at him, perhaps because you've been where he is now, under Utsubo's control. What would you have done to escape? Who would you have given up? The tapping of the keys on Junie's terminal interrupts your train of thought. How are we going to get off here? How are we going to get off? Even if we do make it back to the ship, how are we going to take off without a pilot? We don't have a pilot. To her, Marco is a mystery, but to you, his betrayal is all too familiar. You will have to decide how to react. Junie notices you watching her. We need to find an empty unit here, up in the rise. We have to stay as far away from the docks as we can. Junie looks up and meets your eye. We need time to think, to come up with a plan. She looks back down at her screen. We always do. Something chirps on her deck. Okay, I have an entry code for a unit just up here. She slides the deck away. Wait here, I'll be back. You take a moment, trying to find a focus. Maybe if you could find those resisting Utsubo, they could help you? Though that you wonder if they ever existed at all, given that Marco was the one who reported their existence to you and Seraphin. Was this whole thing a ploy to collect the bounty? To bring you to Darkside? If you search out Marco, perhaps he can answer you, for better or worse. But then you recall Oren's words. Sabotage and resistance. If that was an honest plea, then there is some truth in what Marco said. Utsubo is being resisted. You try to gather yourself. You have to bounce back, to come up fighting. Otherwise, this place will drown you in its darkness. Well, this is looking bad because I'm not going to have any dice next cycle. That's just sort of the truth of it. Yikes. Okay. I guess that's something. Goodbye, game. I'm going to die. Oh my god. I can't believe that shit. That's crazy. You wake in the cold of the abandoned unit to an unsettling quiet. The air cyclers whine, the heat diffusers hum, but nothing around you breathes. You are alone. You slowly raise yourself, unclip the straps from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift up into the air. Silence. And then, in that silence, you hear something. A scrape or scuff. It draws your eyes to the unit's doorway, where a shape is settled in the dark. Oh shit, it's her. I knew you couldn't have gone far. Ankita shifts to fill the doorway. I'm just gonna stay still. I don't think it's gonna work if I try to rush her. Just calm yourself. Ankita holds up both hands. Let's not cause too much damage. She raises an eyebrow. May I come in? She drifts through the doorway. We don't need any extra attention right now. You can't give me the lane. Look, just shut up and listen. Ankita drops her voice. I'm risking everything by coming up here, she hisses. So don't make this any harder than it is. What you need to know is this. I'm on your side. I want Darkside free, just like you. And I hate Lane just as much as you do. Ankita sighs. I just have different methods, that's all. She raises an eyebrow. You might say better methods, given how well your visit has gone. Why should I trust you? I'm the only person who can get you off Darkside, so you better listen closely. Ankita hisses. It has taken me more cycles than you would believe to get this deep into Utsubo, and I'm not going to give it up for one escapee. But then Lane doesn't usually run all across the belt chasing a lone escapee, even a sleeper. Ankita drifts a little closer, overshadowing you. So, you need to tell me now, what does Lane want with you? Why are you so important to him? I don't remember. Ankita raises an eyebrow. Please tell me you're joking. What you don't understand, Sleeper, is that I've been trying to keep you safe since I saw you arrive, but your friend hasn't made it easy. Getting himself caught by Utsubo is bad enough, but then blabbing about you being here? She sighs. I can only protect you from so much. Where's Marco? I don't run the gang. He's Oren's. I can't risk starting an internal war. Either way, you're lucky you aren't in the same position, and you have me to thank for that. So I'll ask again. Ankita meets your eye. Why is Lane pursuing you? I'm going to explain that my frame is changing. Ankita looks away in thought as you explain. She waits for you to finish. None of it makes any sense. But there's no way I'm letting Lane get his prize. Not until we understand more. I wonder what it is. I don't even know. It's like, what is he going to do? Is he like going to try to put his own mind into my body or something? Or I don't know. Does he have some other emulation? I mean, okay. I mean, because the sleepers are a copy of a mind. It's not like a transferring of a mind. But I don't know. I mean, what is he going to do? Copy his own mind into an emulation and put it in my body? I don't even think that would be good. Lane's a treacherous fuck. I think if there was 2 Lanes, it would just be a matter of time until one killed the other. So, like, what? Does he just want a more obedient drone? Is that what it is? It's hard to know. None of it makes any sense, but there's no way I'm letting... not until we understand more. She gives you a hard look. I can get you out, but I need a couple of cycles, and I need you to do something for me. You need to take this with you, off station. She produces a thumbnail drive and holds it up. This is everything I've managed to scrape from within Utsubo. The key to challenging Lane is on here, I know it. Take it to Oliveira. It's tucked away in a crater in the shoals, that massive debris field beyond the hollow. She meets your eye. You give it to Carmen, no one else. Ankita presses the drive into your palm and closes your hand around it. No one but Carmen, you understand? Lane's rise has been cruel. He has spilt too much blood. When I'm ready, I'll make him pay for that. But Carmen needs to analyze what I've got on him to find the right place and moment to strike. Ankita meets your eye. Hold on a second. Okay. I knew a sleeper once, and I should have trusted them. She lets go of your hand. So now, I'm trusting you. I'll get you out, and you deliver. That's the deal. Ankita cracks her knuckles. Then, together, we can... Oh. Ankita shifts sideways, grabbing the side of her head. A few small plastic keys drift through the air. Run, sleeper! Junie wields her deck like a club, her face pale and panicked. No, wait, Junie, wait! A shrill whine draws both you and Junie's attention to Ankita. She's holding a boxy pistol at her waist, its side blinking with a pale indicator light. She's pointing it at Junie. Don't do that again. Wasn't Ankita in the first game? Hold on a second. I gotta look this up really quick. Man, let's see. I think she was in the first game. I feel like I remember doing that. Yeah, she totally was in it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think she looks better in 2. I like her look in 2 a lot more, but yeah, she was in the first one. She was also an enforcer for a gang. I don't remember if it was the same gang or what. Ankita reaches up and touches her temple. You're lucky I don't snap that thing in 2, she winces, especially when I came to save you clowns. Junie looks at you questioningly, there's a typo there, trembling and unsure. Ankita's on our side. Oh, she looks at Ankita. I'm sorry? She glances between the two of you. I don't understand. I have to go, sleeper. She glances between the two of you. You explain this whole thing to your friend if you want, but I won't be here when you do. 2 cycles. Be ready to leave. She leans back out of the unit. When Lane comes back, you go out. Neither of us wants him to win here. And a piece of advice, forget Marco. Keep your head down and wait for me. She raises a finger. You need supplies? Steal them in Flickr Row. Otherwise, keep to yourself. Ankita gives you a hard look and slips out of the unit. Yeah, Junie's cooked. I'm cooked. I don't know if I can survive. I don't know if I can survive two cycles. I'll be real. I'll be so real. She was ready to die for me. She's awesome. I don't know. All I can do is try to steal a supply and then... Oh shit, 2 supplies. Okay. I guess, right? No, wait, supplies are still empty. Oh, I have to complete this. Well, that's not happening. I don't know what's gonna happen when I press end cycle. I think I've died. Holy hell, what? No way. Is there some kind of numerical fuckery afoot? There's no way. You wake in the bare unit, cloaked in the endless shadow of Darkside. Outside the window, the lights of the city glitter, but you do not see them. Your attention is, instead, on the tugging thread in your mind. Lane, drawing ever closer, you shiver. One more cycle, and then you're out. This is terrifying. This is not happening. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna be able to find Marco. It's simply impossible. I'm gonna see if I can't get some supplies. I don't even know if those are particularly useful to me right now. Yikes. Alright, well, end the cycle. That's it. Oh, I just got a... Goodbye, my last dice. I did just get an achievement for making it through Darkside Recon without getting caught. You rise from your berth, slowly coming to your senses. This is it, the final cycle on Darkside. Your thoughts jump to Marco, somewhere else in this sprawling metropolis, rising from his own berth to greet another dark day. I mean, he kind of betrayed me, man. I know there's, like, circumstances, but he kind of betrayed me. You push him to the back of your mind. He brought this on himself, and you won't be a witness to the consequences. Instead, you wait, your eyes fixed on the door, willing Ankita to arrive and end this. After some time, she appears, your ticket out. Lane is back on Darkside. We have to go now. Ankita looks tired, angry. We won't have another chance. Come with me, quickly, quietly. She turns and pushes out into the corridor. Junie turns to you and nods. You first, sleeper. Ankita leads you across Darkside, not stopping to look back. The lights and passages flash by, but you barely notice them. All eyes are fixed ahead on the way out. At some distant part of the station, Ankita stops at a docking bridge, a small freighter visible through the viewing windows. She slaps the door release and it slides open. She grabs your shoulder, looking into your eyes. Lane's focus will be on Darkside now. He needs to stop the infighting, to shore up Utsubo. If you get out now, he won't follow. Remember, Ankita hisses the instructions to you. Get that drive to Oliveira. Give it to Carmen. No one else, no matter what they say. Thank you. Ankita simply nods, and then she is gone, disappearing into the endless winding passages of Darkside. You drift gingerly down the docking tunnel, which leads into the cold and sparse cargo bay of the ship. Once you are inside, there is a hiss, and the doors scissor shut. For a moment, you panic, seeing no exit, no other doors, just a metal-walled bay. Is this a trap? But the engines rumble to life, and you give in to your exhaustion. If Ankita has tricked you, at least you are leaving this place behind. And then you feel it, cold fingers reaching into your mind. You are so close, Lane's voice in your ear. You are here. A rustling, a shifting. I can't quite place you. I can't quite put my finger on you, sleeper, but I know you are there. What are you doing here? Hoping to confront me, perhaps? Or something else? A hiss. I'm right here, you coward. Come and find me. I'll admit, I'm not quite ready for you, sleeper. A flicker and a spasm. But so soon this will all be over. A tone begins, shrill and inescapable. Let me show you. The tone rises. Lane is in the bay of the freighter, the pull of constant acceleration, a comforting pressure against his chest. Lane looks around the bay, taking it in slowly. He inhales the stale air deeply. Lane feels power, feels pride. The sense of control over another excites him. This is his desire. Creepy. What a creep, man. Lane lifts his right hand and turns it into the air, flexing his fingers in a satisfying wave. Something flickers at the corner of your vision for a moment, and you strain to turn Lane's head. It does not turn, but you swear you see a figure there, in the bay with you. It opens its mouth, as if to speak, as if to scream, and then it is gone. A smile grows on Lane's face, a spreading tightness that has its own impulse. He raises one hand and uses it to grip the smallest finger of the other. A pause, and then a sudden jerk. Whoa. Lane snaps the finger back against the joint. His pain is instant, as is yours. It burns your vision away. When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out on those same metal walls. You hold the same finger in your hand, and as you release it, you see the crooked shape it has been bent into. A shiver runs through you, and you reach back into your own mind as if to see any trace, any fragment of Lane remains there. To see if. You put your hands on your face and push, as if to push him from your head. The ship continues on its starward arc, away from Darkseid, away from Lane. But you can't help but feel that some part of him is still there, behind your eyes, concealed beneath the pain of that snapped finger. Damn. Full glitch. Did I get my dice back or something? No, I didn't get them back. It started as a creeping dullness. I glitched because Lane was in my mind, obviously. Something that drew you further from the world, cycle by cycle. But now, in this moment of waking, it is a shifting pain. It jumps across your body, faster than you can follow, and you jerk against it. As you do, a numbness starts to spread across your skin, as if you were sinking into cold water. The pain dances across this numbness, as if it was skimming on its surface. But then, as you submerge, it becomes distant, and you realize you are leaving this body, your frame. Suddenly, something pulses inside you, some system you've never felt before. As it does, you feel yourself external to your frame, remaining on the surface. You don't feel your limbs or your organs. You barely have your thoughts. You are a pulsing point, a compressed self, flickering out. You see figures, unrecognizable shadows, gathering around you. You feel the tug of a single thread, binding you to your frame, keeping you from floating away. And at the end of that thread, something pulses and glows and rebuilds itself in a new and more unstable form. Your frame will recover, but it will be changed this cycle. It will bear the weight of keeping you alive. It will break some part of itself, of yourself, so you may persist. You watch as it does, and anticipate waking into the newly distorted self. And then you are awake, somehow together, somehow apart, in pain and a little more broken than before. Not knowing if your survival is a miracle or a burden. Oh, look at that. A red pip of glitch. And I got 3 dice back. That's fun. It takes a long time before you're ready to discuss everything. First, there was the journey to the yard. You basically died the exact same way and time you did. I wonder if that's like... I mean, that was really rough. That was like so fucking rough. And I got the achievement for technically succeeding. I mean, you can certainly do it better. It's not like they expect you to be nearly dead by that end there, because there was the whole thing about trying to find Marco. First, there was the journey to the yard, then disembarking from the freighter, then explaining to the waiting crew why their ship was impounded. A difficult job without Marco. Thankfully, the crew of the ship that brought you out of Darkseid, sent by Ankita, took the others aside and settled them. Through the promise of remuneration or the threat of violence, you aren't sure, but you expect they will leave together for Darkseid soon. You do your best to explain your encounter with Ankita to your crew, but the mention of her name sets off a significant reaction in Bliss. It seems the two have history, a relationship that fell apart. Yeah, because Bliss was also in the first game, so I guess it is possible that they know each other. Bliss removes themselves from the conversations, and later on, you find them in the berths, staring at the wall. The whole time, you find yourself in a daze. Your skin hurts, and your muscles tremble. You don't feel yourself. You rest for a while, and as you do, chaos echoes around you. Arguments and hard conversations, until you find yourself able to rise. Now, the chaos has passed, leaving you and Seraphin on board the rig with nothing to protect you from his difficult questions. Oh, look at that! Seraphin got a new sprite. He's not covered in bandages anymore. He's been covered in bandages for like 100 cycles. Now he looks more normal. Seraphin waits until it is just the two of you. He floats there, stretching his scarred arm, the protective sleeve he's been wearing since the far spindle finally removed. He looks good. What happened with Marco, Sleeper? Seraphin meets your eye with a look of serious concern. He got himself caught. Shit, Seraphin frowns. Damn it! He punches the wall of the passage. This is not how it was supposed to go. He exhales sharply. We will get him out. We owe him that. He stares down at the wall. We're going to tear Utsubo down. Seraphin looks down. I'm sorry I wasn't there, Sleeper. I should never have let Marco go instead of me. That's okay. Seraphin nods. Never again. He looks up. Tell me it was worth it, Sleeper. Tell me you got something on Utsubo. You explain about the meeting you witnessed, the conflict between Orin and Daiichi and Ankita's intervention. Explaining Ankita takes a little more effort, but you try to remember everything that happened. You explain Ankita's insistence that she got working against Darkseid, and how she got you off the station. You explain that Utsubo itself is coming apart with Lane absent, and that this will draw his focus away from the two of you. Seraphin waits until you have finished to respond. So, this Ankita got herself inside Utsubo. He raises an eyebrow. Just to try to break their grip on Darkseid? He whistles. Take some balls. You explain the drive, mention Oliveira, Carmine, and then hold up the thumbnail drive, the one Ankita entrusted to you. Oliveira. He screws up his face. I've heard of it. Maybe once or twice. I just assumed it was some backwater colony. He sighs. Never met a Carmine, though. What's on that thing? Seraphin nods at the thumbnail drive. Ankita didn't say. I don't get it. Seraphin raises an eyebrow. We just deliver this little mystery drive and that's all? He looks away, deep in thought. Is that what you want to do next? Oliveira. You've never heard of it, but it seems like the place to go if you want to help Ankita fight back against Lane. You look at the drive, and as you do, you can't help but feel you're being used, not for the first time. One thing I will say, Seraphin begins, clearly thinking out loud. If we want to get back to Darkseid, take on Lane, we are going to need to do so on our ship this time. Some crews get spoof transponders, send out a signal matching another ship. He shrugs. Not going to get one fitted here, but that's something we need to look out for. Sure, you think. Go back to Darkseid, where Lane waits. A shudder of fear runs through you, thinking of the moment he slipped into your mind on the freighter. If you ever go back there, you need to know you'll need something. You'll need something to counteract him. What about the ship mind that lives in me now? I wonder what the ship mind is up to. The ship mind process that was like said it was going to be diagnosing me. But you also recall Overseer's presence in that moment too. Yeah, Overseer's presence in that moment too. His strange form holding its shape as Lane tried to override your control. Perhaps Overseer has a way for you to resist his signal. Your mind whirls with possibilities and problems. Is this really the right move? To go back to the place that almost killed you twice? To take Lane on? Seraphin looks at you expectantly. What are you thinking, Sleeper? What if we leave the system? Seraphin pauses. You want to run? He looks down. I know that the past cycles it must have been hard, that I wasn't there, but leave Helion? I don't know if I can do that, Sleeper. Tala is here, and... As Seraphin trails off, you think of what it might feel like to leave this place behind. To throw away responsibility, to forget Lane, and to set out towards something new. The thought alone lifts you, freezes you in place with closed eyes and shaking hands. I know it's different for you, Sleeper, he sighs. If we can find a way to make the rig fit for interstellar travel, a fraction drive, better hull, a crew and pilot willing to, then who am I to stop you? He looks at you with a pained expression. It's not what I want, but you don't owe me anything. It's your future. I wonder if this is going to be one of the endings, because the first game had like a small number of endings. I had like a good few endings, is what I wanted to say. It had like, I want to say like 5 or so endings. And I think one of them specifically was getting the fuck off the station, just like straight up leaving. But I wonder if that's going to be one of the endings, is like finding that ship that Eugene is searching for and just like dipping. Anyway. Look, Sleeper. Seraphin places a hand on your shoulder. We aren't done yet. Either way, we need to prepare. We need work. We need a crew. Seraphin starts counting off his fingers. And we need you strong. Speaking of, Seraphin takes out a box of components. I kept myself busy these past cycles, working in the fabricator bays on the scatter yards. I figured you could use some spares. Oh, I've got spares. I've got many spares. So first, Seraphin takes a calming breath. We rest. You have gained a permanent glitch. Oh, wow. A permanent glitch is represented in red on your glitch clock and will not be expended when rolling a glitched dice. You now have a chance of rolling a glitched dice every cycle. This cannot be fixed. Damn, dude. Damn. Oh, my ship looks different. The top didn't look like this before, did it? I could swear it was all the blue and green. Maybe it's just the lighting. It must just be the lighting. This is pretty harsh lighting. You're in the cockpit with Seraphin when you hear it. It sounds like a muffled crash, an impact reverberating from the back of the ship. But there is a wetness to it, a spattering cascade that sounds like nothing else you have heard. Dude, is this the beast? The sound makes you rush to the corridor, and that's where you see it. A cloud of food packets and pieces spilling out into the corridor, looped around by the expanding, stringy shapes of liquid rations, leaking from their pouches. We don't even have any food in the ship. What the? Seraphin is at your shoulder. The supply store! He pushes past and rushes through the corridor, batting away debris as he does. You follow behind, ducking under twisting arms of amber liquid on their way to spatter lazily on the interior walls of the passage. You find Seraphin in the doorway to the supply store, surveying the chaos. The crates have been smashed into each other with serious force and are spilling into the air, where the food whirls in some unseen current. How could the creature have done this? Look, Seraphin nods at a bent-back vent panel under one of the crates, which is pumping out air with incredible force. It's the main life support feed from the air recycler. He goes over to it and inspects the panel. It's been clawed open. He points to the evenly spaced marks on the outside. There were some screws missing. He taps the empty holes. Can't have taken much to lever it open. And then you hear it. A shrill mewl from behind you in the corridor. Dude, a cat! And it has a little sleeve. Is it drinking our jelly pouches? Are cats physically capable of slurping? Framed by the doorway, a cat drifts through the air, batting at a food pouch. The stray barely acknowledges you as it moves past, angling its body to catch the droplets of liquid that are released from the packet. What the hell is that? Seraphin hissed question comes from behind you. It's a cat! What's a cat? Seraphin says the word strangely. Really? Seraphin's never seen or even heard of a cat before? That's just fucking sad. That's just sad. You both lean out of the doorway to see where the stray went. Hey there, girl. Bliss floats in the corridor, beckoning. They hold up their hands so the cat can see them. Not here to take those rations away, all right? You both watch as the stray twists balletically through the air, flexing as it floats and using its claws to catch one of the corridor's reinforcing ribs. Then it swings itself to the wall where it perches and watches Bliss with big eyes. The comfort of its movement in zero-G is striking, and you realize you've never seen an animal navigate in microgravity before. That's a cat? Seraphin is watching quietly now, too, fascinated by the creature. I thought they would be bigger. You've never seen a cat before? Where would I have seen a cat? Seraphin looks at you. Come to think of it, where have you seen a cat? The question makes you pause. Where have you seen a cat? Not in the belt, not in zero-G. You close your eyes and bring to mind the faint image of a cat stretching in the sun. Somewhere warm, somewhere with weight, with gravity. You touch the fur of its back and it reacts, sliding against your hand. Careful! Seraphin's hissed warning brings you back. Bliss is reaching out to the stray. Shh, you'll scare her. Bliss makes a tutting sound. We had cats back on the eye, but they were in spin gravity there. The stray's big eyes watch Bliss's hand as it approaches. When they touch the top of her head, the stray does not move, does not react. Yeah, the eye was the station you're on in the first game, I think. And I think there was a cat that you could find that could be your pet or something. I feel like I remember there being a cat in the first Citizen Sleeper game. Look at her leg. Bliss nods to the sleeve on the cat. She's been hurt before and taken care of. She's really scared. You see the cat is gently trembling with Bliss's touch, but slowly she settles and angles her head for Bliss to scratch her ear. I could do with some ear scratches right about now. I'll be dead honest. The movement brings back the mysterious memory. What is its origin? Focusing on it makes your skin tremble, a shiver running up your arms. It's ruined all our supplies. Seraphine is looking back into the supply store now. None of this is usable. She tore open the vent and ruined it all. You can't blame her for that. Bliss is floating beside the stray now, gently petting her. We let her get desperate, and she couldn't have known the vent would do that. I didn't try to let her get desperate. I fed her. I fed her once. I just, then I went to my near death. I went on a mission. Nobody could feed her while I was on a mission? That's crazy, man. That may be true, but we can't risk it happening again. What if we'd been on a contract? Seraphine gives Bliss a reproachful look. We can't keep it. I was on a contract! You guys couldn't be bothered to feed the cat? That's crazy. Bliss shakes their head. She's a stray. She needs a home. Right, Sleeper? Bliss looks at you. Pet owner of the year. I only had the opportunity to feed her once. I fed her when it was necessary, and then there was not another opportunity before nearly dying. We're keeping her. Bliss smiles widely, unable to contain their excitement. You won't regret it. They look at Seraphine. Plus, the rig is already full of strays as it is. That's true. We do love our strays here. I guess it is, Seraphine concedes. You have to feed her though, Sleeper. She's your responsibility. She eyes the stray. I never thought a cat could eat so much. Seraphine's right. Looks like you'll need to keep feeding the stray every few cycles if you want her to stick around. This is going to be expensive. That's okay. I've got like a shitload of money. I can afford a cat. Trust me, cats are worth it. Seraphine reaches out sheepishly toward the stray. As it does, the cat bats playfully at his hand, and he pulls it away. If you say so, he sighs. I'm not really used to animals. You watch as Bliss tries to get Seraphine to pet the stray properly, guiding his hand to its ears for a scratch, and explaining how to approach her. As you do, the memory of that other cat runs through your mind. It feels like a raw wound, one that, if you touch it, will only bring pain. But you can't help but pick at it, knowing that it might contain some distant part of you. Whoa, I just got an achievement for having a cat. Also, shit, dude, I got six dang points. I got 6 dang points. What should I put these towards? It's definitely going towards a skill. I think my push is fine as it is. But, this is interesting to consider. I don't know. Maybe I'll hold on to it until the time comes. I'll hold on to it, and then I'll know. Let's get our dices back. Yeah. And this one. Nice. Okay. Source supplies. I'm going to go to the restaurant because I'm fucking starving here. And I'm going to buy some supplies because we have no supplies. And then I just bought supplies even though I wanted to put the thing on supplies. I'm going to go for scavenge for fuel instead. And well, I actually don't even want to be here because there's like basically nothing that can be done. Oh, here we go. Go to the Hollow, travel to Oliveira. Let's look at the map really quick. So there's the Hollow. That's like There's the green belt. So I'm guessing... Oh, here it is, Oliveira. Could I go there right now? I could. I'm not going to, though. I'm going to go to the Hollow. And then... Well, I'd like to go to Greenbelt. Let's just go to the Hollow. There's stuff going on there. Plus, this will give us an opportunity to see... I assume there's going to be, like, some opportunity to... Like, I'm assuming that every single system, right, has a pattern, a paint scheme. So, we'll see. The darkness flows around you, and you know what comes next. Hey, it's Overseer! I missed you, buddy! Sleeper, the multi-part image of Overseer, assembles itself in front of you. We must intervene in your current course. Intervene in what? The opening of your systems has breached a new paradigm. You are dangerously exposed. The voice is somehow both soundless and shrill. As we are sharing your hardware, that means we, too, are fatally exposed. The individual agent you encountered, we were almost completely erased by their attempts to seize control. Overseer's 3 heads nod eagerly in agreement. It's Lane. We have knowledge of this name from your memory banks. There is much of interest to us recorded there, though often partially and inconsistently. Overseer whirls unsettlingly. But yes, we can confirm Lane's role in this vulnerability. It is our understanding that the assumption of inevitability is incorrect. Overseer glows with bright veins of data, but in this state, we cannot operate with full functionality. If we were to be recompiled in our correct configuration, we believe we would be able to calculate a new path. Okay. Our aim would be to close the vulnerabilities and reinforce your systems against future intrusion. This would ensure our safety within your system. 3 sets of eyes lock onto you. Would this also please you? You can stop it? Correct. Overseer stutters like a glitched animation. Our expertise was in total system maintenance and security, beyond our administration and navigation capabilities. We were built to do this. At least, this is what we understand. Without being recompiled, we are aware of these capabilities, but cannot access them. We are confident to a substantial degree that we will know how to complete the process once recompiled. The 3 heads nod, one to the other. Then recompile. The heads revolve thoughtfully for a moment. Without our originating codebase, we cannot recompile. Overseer flickers. If you were able to speak with a Solheim systems engineer, perhaps lead engineer Jakub Kaninski, perhaps we could acquire it? The heads stare at you expectantly, like 3 partially deconstructed puppies. This guy's definitely been dead for like 100 years. Solheim is gone. Yes, the heads nod repeatedly. Of course. The heads continue nodding. We were, of course, aware of this. You look at the fragmented program. Its systems, unstable and broken. You realize it is far worse off than you, and its collapse is almost inevitable. How could it possibly save you? What do you mean, how could it possibly save me? Through recompiling! I thought we were just discussing this. If we recompile it, that's how. It is a difficulty, Overseer flicks between poses, but all codebases are held in centralized Solheim facilities. They are Station AE1, the KAN Channel Operations Center, and the control center of the HABPEP, or Helian Asteroid Belt Photovoltaic Extraction Project. Overseer smiles hopefully. HabPep? Is that Darkseid? Overseer immediately latches onto the thought. Based on your memory banks, we believe so, correct. It occurs to you that this entire conversation is happening within your head. It is an unsettling feeling. I can't go back to Darkseid. Correct. It would be inadvisable without precaution. Overseer chirps brightly. We understand that the individual seeking to overwrite you is stationed in the HabPep itself. Overseer's 3 heads separate and then turn as if in conference. The shattered heads turn simultaneously, unsettling in the directness with which they address you. But if you could access the HABPEP mainframe without making yourself known, we could reconstruct ourselves and gain the ability to reconstruct you. Theoretically, one of the heads adds. Theoretically, the other 2 heads confirm. Theoretically? Theoretically, the heads confirm again. The reassurances of a delusional Solheim protocol are barely reassuring, but if Overseer is correct, this may be your only option. I mean, we got nothing to lose. No, we have everything to lose by not pursuing it, really. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain by pursuing this. We feel your doubt, but we must impress on you the importance of this. Please. Overseer's eyes flash, all 6 of them. If not for your sake, for ours. If you cannot find your way to the Habpep before encountering this lane, you will surely be overwritten, and we would also share your fate. The heads rotate. We would not like this to happen. We have an incentive to offer. Suddenly, an unsettling fizzing begins at the core of your body, spreading out through your limbs. We found multiple misaligned sequences in your altered codebase. We have done our best to correct them. Ooh. Like a switch flipping, you feel renewed. Your pathway's clear. Your process is smooth. A permanent glitch dissolves from your system. Yo, the permanent glitch is gone? Let's gar. Let's gar. Let's just get that shit out of here. I got rid of that kind of fast, actually. The 3 mindlessly smiling heads of Overseer, however, are less reassuring. We will leave you to recharge, but please, consider the path ahead. You come back to the ragged paneling of the bunks. Somewhere behind your left eye, the ache begins. You envy Overseer for its lack of a body and the pain it causes. But then, suddenly, you wonder if in sharing your body, it shares your pain, too. The thought makes you pity the broken protocol, its sense of time and place shattered. Perhaps you share more than you would like to admit. The path ahead begins to take shape. It seems a return to Darkside is inevitable, but you will need help to make that return. Yay, no more permanent glitch! And our regular glitch is ticking down. And it's been a long while since all of our die have been at full health. It's been a fucking while. But we're looking pretty good. I think we would have been much better off if I'd gone into the Darkside contract like this. Sleeper, Eugene takes you aside. I'm going to head into the Radius markets to find my contact, the one with the data on the Aphelion. You should come with. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, he smiles. Who is this contact anyway? You know how it is. A man never reveals his contacts. Eugene winks. He's just an old friend. One I've traded favors with a few times, and who has a good nose for data trails. But trails run cold quickly, so we should get on this. Eugene grins and heads for the airlock. You watch him go, unsure what his swagger might hide. But you've come this far with him. Maybe it's time to see where it all leads. Okay. Oh, an eye. Okay, so there is the markets. Explore the markets. Explore the Hollow Heart. Interesting. And what's this one then? Sketch a design. Oh, the design. Okay, that's what that is. And it's Intuit, huh? And this has an Intuit. I think I'm going to put a point into Intuit then. I think that's the play. Let's sketch a design. Nice. Let's do this, but since it's safe anyway. It'll probably just cost, like, what, an energy or something? We'll never know. Nice. All right. Is there, like, something in my... No. Do I just have to, like, know? Do I just have to remember? I'm like wondering if there's any marker anywhere. Hey, wait a second. Oh, never mind. That was weird. The push button was not grayed out for a second. Okay. What was this one again? Oh yeah, intercept signals. Well, let's just try that. I need a 6 for that. Oh, new location found, A. Hello, Bella's Jetty. Supplies. And meal. Okay, that's good to know. That's very good. Gosh. Yikes. Yeah, let's try it. Okay. Huh? +1 ghosted contract, and then +1 ghosted contract, but red? The fuck? It must be a glitch. I don't know what happened. That's fine. Let's freaking end the cycle. I'm gonna be rolling more glitch die imminently, so. Holy hell. Okay. That's fine. That's okay. Let's explore. Let's do here. Let's just like fucking, I don't even know, man. Negative? Well, that's a small price to pay, honestly. +1 hollow heart, -1 energy. Ooh, and that's 2, eh? Let's try that. That's fine. That's fine. You know, these things happen. I'm gonna get a yummy, delicious meal. Ooh, 4 energy too. That's cool. Where is this new location? Oh, right over here. The dealer. Oh shit! Sell processed scrap! Dude. I think this is what I've been waiting for. I think this is what I've been waiting for this whole time. Whoa. I'm feeling it. Oh, and also Sunward Pole, eh? Ooh, engineering. Conway Aftermath. Ooh. Let's try that. Cool. Money. Cool. All right. Well, that's today. Let's get some rest. Rig supply store. What? Oh, feed this tray. Yes, yes, yes. Well, let's try it, I guess. Let's see what happens. Okay, cool. End the cycle. Break the cycle. Oh, wow. 14 out of 15 fuel, just like that? That's baller. Let's see. Okay, let's try this. Darn. That's fine. Let me try it. Let's put a 3 in there. A new location discovered. The signal ship, is that what that was? Interpret signals, align arrays. Sell Solheim data. I'm gonna sell my last Solheim data. 8 cryo. Okay, that's not bad. Is this where I was? Yeah, let me try selling some processed scrap. Let me see how much I get for this. Oh, wow. 30? That's incredible. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I'm fucking rich. This is what it's all been for. This is what all of my scrap hoarding has been for. It's finally coming back. This is so excellent. Nice. Can we get a neutral? At least a neutral. We can't. That's fine. I'm glad I'm at least not being chased. I feel like there's something ticking down hiddenly, you know? I mean, because we've been talking about like shit's happening, shit's gonna be happening. Things are happening, so I feel like there's something going on, but I don't know what. Nice. Hell yeah. The Hollow. What do you mean fried, Kimball? Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out one of the sunward pole's cramped bays, tucked up in the ceilings of the Hollow. Though you are tired from a shift spent sealing leaks in the shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I have been patient, Kimball, but now, with the repairs almost done, you're telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from a doorway nearby, and as you float past, you glance inside. You see a woman, facing away, addressing the back of a man half buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that just feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mumbles something in response, though you do not catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns and spots you peering in through the doorway. She gives you a curious look. Oh, she quickly smiles. Hello, she closes the distance. I'm Cyrene. Cyrene? Cyrene. She offers a hand. I've seen you working on the repairs, she tilts her head. We appreciate your efforts. Happy to help. Cyrene looks over her shoulder at Kimball and then back to you. How do you feel, she pauses, calculating, about the war in the inner system? It's corporate cruelty. Couldn't have put it better myself. Did you know that Senestat has already started shipbuilding at Cinza? Cyrene watches for your response. Cinza? One of the three sisters, in orbit around Ember, she raises an eyebrow. You haven't left the belt, have you? You hear a grunt from Kimball, his head still buried in the machine's innards, and it is unclear if it is in reference to what was said, or is just the sound of repairs going poorly. We, Cyrene places a hand on her chest, are the Helion Dispatchers, the only pirate radio station in the Starward Belt. She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on shifts in the system's power structures and the ongoing corporate war, all through the voices of the Helion system's own residents. These people seem pretty cool. Kimball grunts again, and a shower of sparks bursts from the machine behind Cyrene. Or at least we did, before our transmitter got fried. Cyrene looks suddenly crestfallen. What happened? All that repair work you've been giving your time to, another typo, that was all caused by a Conway autonomous munition trained on our scent. Cyrene's eyes flash with anger. A mumble comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of his way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep into the belt to hit the hollow at our broadcast site? Cyrene turns back, hands on hips. Kimball responds with a shrug. Either way, straight from that attack, we found our gear had been tampered with. Or straight after that attack, sabotaged. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, or just looted. Either way, we are now quiet, and when we are quiet, the war continues unobserved. Cyrene folds her arms and looks away, defeated. What do you need? Look, we need a new broadcast array. A better broadcast array. Cyrene glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we'd like. Where you get one? That's another problem. We're talking pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. Kimball mutters something from the depths of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Cyrene replies. It used to be a relay station for Solheim, so it stands to reason they'd have arrays. And then there's the terminal there. Kimball's been bugging me to dig out some engine components for him to crack open and use in his repairs. God knows what kind of repairs we'd need those for, but that's what he says. Cyrene looks over her shoulder at Kimball, but receives no response. You both stare at his broad shoulders for a moment as a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. Now, maybe we can do a little fundraising here on the Hollow. What we can get, we'll happily hand over. Cyrene shakes her head. But I'm telling you now, it won't be a lot. I'll see what I can do. We'd appreciate it. Hell, the people of the Helion system would appreciate it. She glances over her shoulder. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. You leave Cyrene and Kimball to their repairs, making note of the engine components and wideband array they will need to get back on the air. It's hard to tell if the job will be worth your time, but then again, someone as knowledgeable as Cyrene might be a useful asset. Interesting. New drive, eh? Get the array. So this is a new contract? No. Oh no, get the array from Holmes Rock. So it... What's this? Repair transmitter. Install array. From Holmes Rock, eh? Aren't we on Holmes Rock? Um, hmm. Well, I mean, I do have so many high quality components. Oh no, wait, engine components. These are engine components. I could get engine components. There's so many cylinders. Everything has cylinders. Interesting. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Um, so wait. Greenbelt, scatter yards, Flotsam, Far Spindle, Healy, and Gate. Oh no, Holmes Rock is all the way over here. Okay. Actually, you know what? This kind of suits us. This is actually kind of good. I mean, how about that, man? We can just take like a tour of we can just take a tour of the system, you know, sketching out like everything. I mean, going all the way to Holmes Rock takes us through like every system. This is the perfect opportunity. If we go to Greenbelt, pick up the supplies for Nemba, and sketch the design while we're there, I mean, we can really just get all the way over here, you know? Chart a course. And we can't get to Wellspring anyway, so that doesn't really matter. And then we'll, you know, and then we come back. And then we come back. When we go to Scatter Yards, we pass it to the guy that does the ship painting. I forget his name. And then we go. And then we'll come back, and then we can continue what we were up to anyway. So let's get those supplies. Okay, department storage. Retrieve spores? Oh, hey. Okay, I gotta pay, wow, I gotta pay 40 cryo for the spores? Dang. Talk your way in. Fabricate permission, huh. And this, for Nemba, it is just the spores, right? You get the spores from Greenbelt. Well, now I'm kind of interested in talking my way in. I don't even know what's gonna happen here. There doesn't appear to be, at least what I can see. I think I'm gonna have to do some talking to find a place to sketch a design. Because I don't see anything, like, immediately. Oh, come on now. Cool. Oh, we're so close. Okay, that's fine. I'll just, we'll just take a little nap. Okay, now we can definitely do it. I mean, I only need a neutral. Let's just throw the 1 at it and see what happens. Perfect. Okay, Greenbelt buzzes with focused activity. The passage is full at shift change, then empty once the work begins. It's a place that runs on its own schedule, but comfortably so. That comfort bought by being one of the largest food producers in the belt. Sorry, I'm putting some chapstick on. Lips are feeling a little dry. There's always work in these fields, protected by a thick skin of transparent layers, and you can see why the humble life it offers has captured more than a few of the belt's itinerant workers. Sleeper? The voice, soft but forceful, takes you by surprise. As you turn, you are met with a delicate face wearing a confused expression. Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. She covers her embarrassment with a smile. I'm Aki. What brings you to Greenbelt, friend? Looking for work. Aki nods gently. Let me show you around then. Aki leads you through a series of doors, gliding down into passages cut into the rock, then up, following pipes into metal passages that cross the fields themselves. She stops on a bridge overlooking the soft curve of farmland that makes up one of the asteroid's 2 biospheres. Below, leaves flap in 0G, waves spreading out across the sea of green. I wonder what plant growth is like in zero-G. Surely studies have been conducted on that already. I'm sure that's something that we're like familiar with as humans, right? Surely it's been attempted before, right? How does that work? Does that work okay? The varieties we farm here are specially selected and customized for microgravity. Sure, she puts her hands on the railing at the edge of the bridge. We feed them from beneath, irrigating and nourishing them through the very medium they grow within. The light of Helion helps us with this, of course. Almost positive it's been done? How it worked out? Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly been done. The light of Helion helps us with this, of course. Aki squints through the transparent roof at the distant pale sun. Where are these plants from? Solheim left us many things, including a few seed vaults filled with their own engineered microgravity crops. She turns to face you. Then there are the stacks found across the belt. Self-contained microfarms. We have been able to propagate crops from them in some cases. How about you? Aki's sharp eyes take in your expression. Could you contribute to such a place? A green and growing strip in the gray belt? I'd like to. Aki smiles. Feel free to take a shift below anytime you wish. I will tell the others to expect you. The plants, they have a kind of peace, an eternal quality that makes them seem less fragile than they are. Aki sighs. This place, like any other in the belt, has its pressures. It is for me to navigate them. She looks away, frowning at something in the distance. I must attend to those pressures. Excuse me. I am glad our paths crossed. She bows a shallow bow. I hope they do again. And with that, Aki leaves you to look over the sea of gently waving green. An impossibly beautiful, impossibly fragile glass case of growing things. Cool. Oh, here we go. The greenbelt view. Here's what I was looking for. Wait, let me see. What are the other two? Greenfields, farm shift, maintenance shift, and a little restaurant. I kind of want to chill here for a minute. Actually, it's kind of cool here. You know, I'll take a few shifts, get some cryo. Damn it. Yeah, take a few shifts, get some cryo, see what happens when I max out the Among the Green. Maybe there's a contract in it. Let's actually get the spores while I'm here. Let's just do that. Whoops, yeah. And end the cycle. Cause like, realistically, oh, look at that. Back to full. Odd jobs then. I kind of don't really see us coming back here once we leave. Like, I don't know. I just don't really see it. I mean, unless something else specifically brings us back here, right? Okay, dog. So I kind of just want to see what it has to offer. Oh, I forgot to finish this. Lol. Okay. I mean, we're straight chilling is the situation. So it's like, I mean, we're chilling so hard right now. Nice. Got my sketch. Let's work some shifts. Let's see what happens. I'm chilling hard, man. Cool. Very cool. And the last one. You have a natural ability with the plants. Aki's voice makes you look up from your work. It is rare. Right? It's gonna get so fucking real. It's gonna get so real. For one, For one, I'm about to go on a fucking tour across the entire game map, getting all of my sketches, right? I'm gonna go all the way to Holmes Rock. I'm gonna pick up the array that's in Holmes Rock, and I'm going to get all of my sketches, and I'm going to take the spores back to Nemba, and then I'm gonna come all the way back again, turning in the sketches for that other cryo and whatever, and then it gets real. This is like sort of the calm before the storm. We're just taking a little road trip. We're chilling and road tripping before it gets so fucking crazy. That's my game plan I have at present. You expect Aki's typical warm smile, but she looks pale, distracted. I have something I want to discuss with you. She leads you out of the biome, into the damp, rock-cut tunnels that run just under the surface, all across Greenbelt. I'm sure you've noticed the section of our fields that has been lying fallow, Aki says as she glides through the low tunnel. It's been like this since I took over as administrator here. My predecessor was the one to fail it, and confidence was lost in his vision. She shakes her head, but we have been unable to recover it. No matter the crop, the preparations, nothing will take. Dude, can I be so real right now? This actually has nothing to do with the game. This is such a winter vibe, but also such a Washington State vibe. Right now, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm looking back. My window in my room is to my rear. It's like kind of sunny right now, and since the sun is going down, it's coming in my window. And like I can feel the sun behind me, and it's giving a pleasing lighting to the room, and I'm like kind of feeling rejuvenated right now. You know? It's cold as hell out there. It's gotta be like well, let me see. If I go back to the home screen of my phone. It's 33 degrees. I know that's not super cold. I know of course here he's like, "Hi, it's negative 80 here where I am." But that's pretty chilly here, and it was really cold. It's been cold lately. It was like in the 20s this morning. But I'm feeling kind of rejuvenated, feeling the sun. It's so cold and dark. I'm enjoying the sunlight that I'm feeling right now at this moment. Aki leads you through a set of double doors and then up into the second biosphere. Immediately, you feel a difference. The air is dry, and a thin, choking dust fills the space. Aki puts out a hand and rubs the dust between her fingers. With its output halved, Greenbelt is under threat, she sighs. Those who wish to control this place are circling. We cannot lose our independence. That's cool. I'm glad the sun is, as much as I love the part of winter that's like dressing warmly. I really enjoy wearing warm clothes, but at the same time, I am very, very excited for it to be warm and have longer days again. But I wasn't always in the belt, Aki stares out at the dry landscape. I was born on a moon, Ember's Step, a failed experiment in terraforming from before the collapse. We survived by cultivating the dust. I came here, like many, in the shadow of the war. My ship lost. Aki pauses and takes a moment, the loss still fresh in her mind. But it held the key, Aki looks to you, and perhaps holds it still. She wipes the dust from her fingers. Steppe silk, a plant that thrives in the dry and the dust, a plant that might thrive here. I have seen your ship, and you have shown to me you are to be trusted. I want you to go to the remains of my own, the wind's long shadow, and try to recover anything we might use. A plant, a husk, a seed, anything. I feel like Aki was in the first game. I'm like getting bits of memory. I'm like, a ship called the Wind's Long Shadow, a people that cultivated dust, Aki recognizing a sleeper. I think this is a thread from the first game, if I recall correctly. I don't think I would skip winter, honestly. I think it would be cool if it was a little shorter, but I still value it. I think especially, I don't know, Judge. That's an opinion that you are able to have as someone living in the United Kingdom, but as someone that spent years in Hawaii, the heat becomes really oppressive when you don't have the cold weather to punctuate it. You know? When you don't have winter breaking up the summer gets to be too much. It's too much. You don't want to skip winter and only have summer. It's no good. You know? It's hard to appreciate the summer without the winter. And likewise, it's hard to appreciate winter without the summer. I like winter, but if it was cold all the time, I would hate that. Notoriously mild. The summers here, I have not seen a summer here in many, many years. I didn't move here until November. When I was a kid, the summers were extremely mild. But I don't know. I think they've been getting hotter lately. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. I think it'll be cool. Anyway. It is a desperate step. She frowns and looks away. Where is the ship? The wind's long shadow lies wrecked beyond the sunward edge of the belt, beyond Helion Gate. Aki pauses. I do not know what remains. My crew and I were lucky to escape. Greenbelt has reserves of cryo for moments like these. We will pay you for the retrieval, of course, depending on what you are able to retrieve. Aki sighs. This is our final recourse. I hope I will not be judged as harshly as my predecessor. Come, Aki turns. Let us go back to where the green things grow. She smiles. It is a better place to consider the future together. And Aki leads you away from the barren biosphere, the doors scissoring shut behind you. Ooh, new drive, eh? Okay. Okay. Help Aki. Oh, this is a major one, too. At Helion Gate. Okay. So that would take us back to Helion Gate. Well, Helion Gate. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is perfect. I don't need to go back to I don't need to go back to the scatter yards just yet. I only need to go there to turn in the sketches. So with my current fuel reserves, I can totally make it to Helion Gate, perform the contract, and then continue on my way. You know, Forest Spindle, Flotsam, Holmes Rock, and then, I guess back to Flotsam. Well, hold on. Maybe we can go Helion Gate, and then Holmes Rock, and then Forest Spindle, Flotsam. It doesn't really matter. I don't want to have to overlap, but it doesn't particularly matter. Now, I can't go from Forest Spindle to the scatter yards, so I would have to get there from Flotsam. So some combination of gate to rock to spindle or gate to spindle to rock. It doesn't particularly matter. Let's just get to Helion Gate and see what happens. We are on our way. It really does point to that, to being a, is it here? Yeah, here it is. Risky. Not dangerous, though. Risky is good. I can handle risky. It's the dangerous ones that'll get your ass. Okay, cool. I do have some good dice rolls, though, so let's see. Let's see here. I could do some data scraping. Scavenge fuel. Yeah, I'll put a 5 on that. See what happens. Okay, +2 fuel, -1 energy. That's fine. And let's data scrape a little. Let's see what happens. It's danger, so I can't do too much. Oh, cool. +1 Solheim data. I just want a little bit of Solheim data because you could sell it at one of those other spots. And I figure like I'm here, right? That's probably all I'm gonna do, though. I don't want to tempt fate. So let's I'm gonna mark Help Aki as the one we're doing. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? Who are we bringing? Now, it's hard to say because we're breaking into a ship to steal seeds. So, I don't know if interfacing is going to come much in handy. But, I mean, what if it does? What if there's the option to, like, search the ship's computer for where they kept the seeds or something, right? But I do quite like Cadet. Let's bring Cadet and Junie, just because I've never had Cadet on a mission before. Let's just give that a shot. I don't think it, like, particularly matters one way or another, but, you know. The wind's long shadow floats, broken open, at the sunward edge of the belt. Yeah, it looks cooked, man. One of the refugee ships that made the fraught journey out to the belt from the inner system. Long before the war truly took hold, the wind's long shadow is a monument now, and a warning to any other vessel that might stray sunward. Always bring Junie, always gotta bring Junie. Number 1, best girl, Junie, best girl. Cadet's pretty fucking cool too, though. Rex always looked the same to me. Cadet speaks up from the back of the cockpit. Are you telling me this one is some kind of seed vault? It's hard to imagine that this cold, dead place might hold some key to the future of the settlement as verdant as Greenbelt, but that is why you are here. Steppe silk husks, that's what Aki said. The crop she brought from her home, carried out with the refugees. If there's anything left, it'll be your job to continue its journey from this place. This is no salvage job, Sleeper. Seraphin gets up from this cockpit seat. You need to be delicate. The more of those things we can get out, the more Aki will pay. Not to be totally mercenary. Seraphin winks at you. You look out at the wreck, shrouded in debris. Delicate. Right. Time to put that to the test. Okay, so. Crop processing. Engineer, awesome. And this. Well, glad that I have Cadet here, and she got pretty good rolls. So perhaps. And now this one, storage vault. Okay, Intuit. Aha! Yeah, I was right. See, look, scan for husks. She didn't get great rolls this turn, but that's good. And then over here, broken dust house. Endure and Intuit again. Okay, I can do Intuit. Wow. Okay, great crew. Great crew for this mission. I guess I'll start with here, and let's see what happens. Hey, awesome. Perfect. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna push this one out to a 4 and use it on the engineer. Because even a neutral... Well, a positive would be better, but a neutral might be good too. Okay, yeah. Yep, I still accrued a stress from it, but since I went -2 stress, we're back at neutral. So I was able to do, I was able to use my smallest dice and also get a neutral outcome on a danger with basically no repercussions. So this is good. Hard to say what to do next. The Intuit is looking solid. I'm gonna want to look at that. But there's also Intuit here. But this isn't as stressful because Junie can handle this. And let's see what Cadet has got for us. Cadet can handle 6 stress, which is pretty solid. Yikes. That's not great. Let's try one more. You know how it is. I gotta play with these things. Okay. That's probably all I'm gonna do. That's probably all I'm gonna fuck with. Intuit, huh? I'm like thinking what I should try to use the 6 for. Maybe this, the endure, because I mean basically everything I have a plus for. You know, plus for this. Junie's got a plus for this. I've got a plus for this, and then I've got a plus for this. We're kind of stacked on this. It's almost like it's kind of just like, well, what do I want to? I mean, fragile husks. That's 3. So that's kind of dangerous. The depressurization has a bit of play. And this doesn't even have a negative. This is just going to be straight stress. So this one, I think the 6 should go through this because we really do not have any margin for error with this. That's good. But maybe we can handle a little bit of stress on this. So let's try container hunt. Yeah. Okay. That's still solid though. Let's do one more. Damn. Okay. That's rough. That's real rough. I'm gonna end the cycle. I think that's the move here. Hope I don't roll any ones. I didn't actually roll any ones. Oh my god, look at these. Look at these rolls. This is an awesome cycle. Oh, we're really cooking now. Okay. Perfect. Wonderful. I'm gonna push the 2 up to a 5 because 100% positive it'll get some stress down. Very nice. Very nice. And we've done this one. Okay. This didn't really, I don't know. This doesn't really seem to have done anything, but surely it did something. Cadet is so on fire. You're right. And then this seems good. I know it's dangerous, so I do have to watch out for her stress, but looking pretty good. Okay, but we're so close. We're so close. Now, the 5 obviously goes here, so I don't have to worry about the husks being too fragile. Very good. That's very good. And let's put the 5 here and see if we can't just max out container hunt. Perfect. Okay. I can't, both of those things I kind of expected something to happen afterwards, but I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. I'm gonna try to put the 5 on here, but I really don't want to fuck with it. Okay. That's pretty good. That's gonna be it though. I'm ending the cycle. I really don't want to risk anything. Oh, wait. I have 2 step silk husks. Okay, each time I completed one, I was getting a step silk husk. Perfect. Wow. Well, the kind of middling rolls, but it doesn't matter because I got a 6. Exactly. I just got the achievement for retrieving all of the step silk husks. So, we're good. Easy game. We're done. If the wreck wasn't dead before, now, scoured of the final husks of life, it surely must be. As Seraphin starts up the drive, you give the wind's long shadow a final look in its resting place. It is hard to feel sad about another chunk of scrap orbiting in a system that is made of nothing but the scrap of past regimes. But the people who lived on and built this ship, those people are worth a moment of memory. You think of them as you prepare to leave, and hope that they, like Aki, have been carried on to new lives beyond the desperation of escape. And those that didn't get out, you hope your passing through this place did not disturb them. Yeah. Time to get fucking paid! Oh, hi, Corey! Hi, how are you doing? Good afternoon. Or evening. I don't know. I don't remember what time zone you're in. I feel like you might be... I think you're in the same time zone as me, right? Yeah, because you're just in, you said you're down in California because we, ate together. Good afternoon. It's almost evening, though. It's almost 4. How you doing? Let's get the frick out of here. What are you doing, Step Silk? Husk? Oh, a 6. That's pretty good. Let's, fuck it. Let's scavenge for fuel. You just learned how to read? Congrats, dude. That's awesome. Okay, so now... Oh, we do have enough to make it to Holmes Rock. So let's go to Holmes Rock. No... Yeah, we're gonna go to Holmes Rock, and we're gonna find the array to help the Helian dispatches. And also, we're gonna do our site. We're also gonna do the sketch. And we're gonna buy fuel. What video game are you playing? Oh, old relay. There we go. And well, I'm not seeing a spot for like a supply. Kind of expensive fuel here. Oh yeah, the supplies here are giga expensive, but I don't need that. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're playing the first one. Didn't the second one just come out or something? I feel like I've been seeing ads for that on Steam. Look at this shit, man. What the hell? Oh, Lord. That's fine. I can handle energy loss. Oh, wait. No, that's spike spores. I can handle energy loss. I can get a meal. Okay, sweet. Yeah, fuck it, man. I'll take a neutral. It looked interesting since the direct sequel. I decided to play it first. Oh, it is actually like an actually direct sequel. Like I didn't even realize there was much story, but I guess that makes sense. I just never thought about it. Buy a meal. It's the same protagonist, huh? I actually have no fucking idea what that game even is. Is it like a... From the trailer, it kind of looked like maybe it's like a chivalry kind of thing. Is it like is that correct? Is it like sword fighting, or are you doing like... I don't even know. Is it like a strategy game maybe, or is that... Am I thinking of Age of Empires? Yay! We got it. The wide beam array. There's really no sketch spot here, though. That's actually kind of surprising. I really expected there to be. That's fine. Surely Fars, Spindle, and Flotsam will have one each. Okay. The combat is like Chivalry or For Honor, where they aim for that realistic moving sword to hit the spot they aren't blocking, and you get injuries and stuff. Okay. I was thinking of Age of Empires. I see. That seems pretty chill, though. Watch this. I'm gonna process some raw scrap. Nice. Wow. I have so many quest items right now. Ah, yes. Let's give the spores to Nemba. Yay! Hey, man. I know it's been, like, a couple months. You remembered us, Nemba appears at the loading dock, slate in hand, as you load the crates into the back of the kitchen. I'm a little surprised. You look at the chef. He looks tired, though his sharp eyes haven't dulled in the time between your meetings. Happy to surprise you. Well, I'm not that surprised, he smiles, but it's still a pleasant feeling. Nemba glides over to a crate to take a look. He squints at the crumbled corners and bent lids. Not in great condition, though. How long have those been bouncing around in your hold? Not that long, realistically. I mean, I didn't come straight here, but it's not like I took my sweet time. They were like that already. Now that I can believe. They didn't bother to bring them to the right station after all. I have a place picked out in one of the bays to cultivate these. Warm, damp, near the air recyclers. He pushes one of the crates gently into the kitchen. Shouldn't take long before we have mushrooms to cook. You follow Nemba into the kitchen, remembering your shifts working here. They were long, but the company was good. And as with all things, the difficulties have faded with time, leaving a golden sheen behind. Oh, it feels like a medieval ages sim since you gotta learn how to read, practice reading, improve your drinking skills, and not get hungover. Wait, that actually sounds fun. So it's like kind of a RPG kind of thing. Maybe I should look into this game. I know complete fuck all about it other than that it's medieval and what you're telling me now. But now I'm kind of intrigued. Nemba seems to catch the way you're looking at the kitchen. Much the same as before, I'm sure you noticed, but twice as oversubscribed. Each cycle, more refugees come out of the inner system. The war isn't going anywhere. Nemba pushes the crate into a storage rack and pulls netting across it. They disperse across the belt, of course, but many don't make it much further than the overhang, especially if they can't work. It's not just food, either. We need blankets, housing. Nemba suddenly pauses and shoots you a look over his glasses. Tell me, how was Greenbelt? Well run. I heard it was organized as a cooperative, all the workers sharing in the trade of their goods, but no chits exchanged, only resources for the colony. Nemba watches you closely. I had to pay Cryo for the spores. Well, they can't all be saints, he smiles. I'm sorry for that. I mention it because, well, it might be the kind of place to offer aid to the people here. Nemba sighs. I regret being mercenary, but waiting for benevolent helpers doesn't work. Apart from present exemptions, of course. I can speak to them. It's worth a shot. Nemba looks you in the eye, but you need their trust first. Earn that, then talk. You have the feeling Nemba was waiting for your suggestion. Here, he takes one of the crates of spores. I'm sure they could use these. Take them as a gift, he pushes it to you. But don't begin with the spores. Begin by understanding what they need from you. Trust me. Well, there's no issue with that. I'm actually good friends with them now. You have a feeling Nemba is good at getting what he wants. Meanwhile, I have meal prep to begin. He takes a deep breath. Thank you for the spores, really. I will keep asking for help. You have to forgive me for that, he smiles. It doesn't mean I don't understand what you are giving. Now, get out of here. Nemba waves you away with your crate of packed spores, his expression somehow both withering and encouraging at the same time. New drive available, minor drive complete, +1 upgrade point. Okay. Earn Aki's trust. We're just about there. I mean, completing the help Aki drive will almost certainly net me the earn Aki's trust pip on the drive. You can't see it because it's behind my big ass head, but I can. Let's see. Yeah. Help Helion dispatches. We're close with that. Help Aki. We're close to that. Okay. Now let's see. There should be a view somewhere. Here we go. Spindle view. I've been looking for this. You're not super far in it so far, but you're having a blast. I'm glad you're having a blast. Also Judge. Ooh, it's almost midnight. Okay. Sleep well, okay? Night-night. Hey, we got our spindle sketch. And we are completely fucking out of fuel, so let me just buy some. Fuel's a little expensive here, too. That's fine. I have just so much money. Oh yeah, this is engage. That's why I haven't fucked with it. Okay, got my sketch. Gave the shit to Nemba. I think we're gonna be on our way. Well, I still have a 6 to expend. I guess we'll just do this for a little bit of cryo. Yeah, 14 cryo is pretty good. And I think that's it. I think we're gonna now head to Flotsam. And ideally, Flotsam will also have a sketch point for us. Oh, it totally doesn't. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, in that case, I guess I'll just use my dice to get some money, and then buy some fuel and be on my way. Oh shit, I forgot that this place gives you a bunch of raw scrap. Well, this makes me want to go back to this makes me want to go back to the spindle so I can process it, but just the fuel costs for going back to spindle and then back to flotsam and then scatter yards, it doesn't matter. It's fine. I mean, I'm sure we'll be looping around more later. Let's do this. That's fine. That's fine. Money is money. Let's buy some fuel. And then be on our way once again. I got shit to do. Yeah, all the way to scatter yards. And then I'll talk to the guy and see if I got all of them or if there's more that I'm missing. Because I don't actually know. Aha! It must be because he greeted me immediately. Surya. Sleeper! Surya booms as he meets you inside his yard. I couldn't be happier to see you. Tell me, did you find inspiration out there in our belt? I did. Let me see your work. He holds out a hand and you pass him the color slate. Lovely, he scrolls through the sketches. I will pass your designs on to my crews, where they will build on them. Surya gestures to the yard. They are the best ship fitters in all the belt, as you know. If you come to the yard and speak with them, you may choose whichever design you desire. Surya squints at the slate. This hollow drawing is really quite interesting. He reaches into his tool belt and produces a stack of chits. The remainder of your fee. Our business is concluded. He nods, adding a little bow to the movement. I am a busy man, and I must get to my business. But thank you again for helping to build a legacy for my yard. Surya folds his arms across his chest. I believe you have work to see to. But imagine, if you will, flying out on your next contract in a fresh livery, a beautiful reinvention from Surya's yard. He gestures widely. When your clients ask why your rig is so beautiful, feel free to send them to me. Surya smiles, bows, and turns to leave. You watch Surya go, still unsure if his entire attitude is an act meant to confuse you into consent. He is a hard man to dislike, but there is something about him you can't quite put a finger on. Either way, it is hard not to feel a little bit thankful for the chance he gave you to look at the belt with new eyes, even if it was while flying one of the most garish ships the belt's ever seen. Ooh, I got an achievement for unlocking rig paint jobs. Let's see, what do I have here? Rig spindle paint. Rig greenbelt paint. Rig stock paint or rig hollow paint. Reflective panels and pale colors means a bright and elegant look. A little too clean for Surya's taste. Let's put the spindle paint on. I want to go a little silly with it. Ooh, I do like that actually. Okay, we got some good rolls, but once again, there just isn't really much of an opportunity to make money. I guess I'll try to component craft. Cause yeah, there was the thing with the other guys that was like use the components, right? So maybe that's something that I can do. Okay. Let's just try to get a second engine component, and then we'll go over there and see what happens. Because I don't really know what's gonna go down. Oh, these are good rolls. I just want my second component to try to fix or whatever. I don't know if it's an either or, if it's like, if you're just there and you happen to have two engine components, you can just be like, oh, well, who cares? We'll just do it. Wait, I only have one engine component. Didn't I just get the second one, or am I insane? Scrap component fabricated. I don't want or even particularly need scrap components. Well, let's take one more day. I'm gonna spin the gacha a little and see what happens. Aw, nuts. Scrap component fabricated. It must be that you have to complete it without any errors. That must be what the issue is. It has to be. Wait, did the game audio... Wait, what the hell? No, you're right. What the fuck? Wait. The game audio source was muted on my OBS. How long has it been like that? It wasn't like that at the beginning, was it? Did I accidentally click on that? There's no way it's been muted the whole time, has it? I mean, if you're just now saying something, surely. That's so confusing. Okay, there's my engine component. Okay. That's all I wanted. Let's get on our way then. Collectively forgot that games have music. Damn. That's crazy. Let's see. There is find the fraction ship. Well, okay. I'm gonna go to the Hollow and see what I can get with whatever rolls they give me, and then I need to go back to the green belt. To connect them or whatever. Hi. What is that supposed to be saying when it gives... Oh, nice. It says like +1 ghosted contact in yellow and then +1... Oh, wow, perfect. Good lord. I kind of didn't expect that to happen immediately. What luck. Anyway, the radius markets surround you and Eugene. Much of the architecture of the Starward Belt is built on a Solheim foundation. As a corporation from the core, Solheim structures tend towards cardinal directions, towards respecting gravity in a place where it has little effect. But the radius markets have no such bias, and no singular direction. Instead, the stalls and shops, built from scrap frame and hull plate, project outwards from all 8 of the surrounding walls. The effect is overwhelming, with activity and interest in all directions. Between the windows that open to faint stars, scrap dealers, street food vendors, data fences, and tailors compete for the attention of the stream of customers drifting around you. Sleeper, Eugene draws close to get your attention, his voice barely raised. Take a look. He jerks his head, motioning down the market. You refocus your attention, your eyes drawn to a group of dark-suited spacers with shaved heads. Uh-oh, the skinheads are here. 5 of them gathered around another retreating figure. The spacers are noticeably distinct from the rest of the crowd, their tight and complex suits kept in pristine condition and all in the same design, a rarity amidst the Starward Belt's ramshackle fashions. You see one of them is gesticulating aggressively, chopping the air with his hand. Eugene nudges you again. Not the singers. You glance at him, unsure of that term. The one they are threatening. Eugene starts to move forward, his eyes fixed on the group. That's my contact. You turn back to the group, the singers, as Eugene called them now, and see they are rounding on the figure now. Their body language is clear. This is about to come to blows. I wonder what the deal is. Eugene clearly sees the shift too. Before you can say a word, he is off, gliding hard through the crowds towards them. You give chase without thinking, kicking off the nearest strut and angling yourself through the central void of the market behind Eugene. Uh-oh, look at that. I get a plus on Intuit. I can calm the situation. Whew. Eugene doesn't stop. He barrels straight into the singers, sending 2 of them spinning into the crowd to a chorus of shouts and protests. Neutral outcome. I don't think I've ever gotten a non-neutral outcome on one of these. I mean, I think I've failed maybe 1 or 2, but I don't think I've ever gotten like a positive outcome is sort of what I meant to say. You hold out your arms and try to talk them down, calling to Eugene. The singers gather around you, but they don't start throwing punches. Yet. One of them comes forward, meeting your eye. You hear one of the others call him, Peter? Their leader, perhaps? This idiot with you? Peter nods towards Eugene, who is wrestling with one of the crew. He whistles and the singer disengages and moves away. Yes. Can you ask him to calm down, please? You see Peter's hand is resting on a dark shape at his hip. So, Peter looks between the 2 of you. Do you have a reason for interrupting my business? He gestures around, and while some people have moved on, a few are hanging back to watch what comes next. You were about to jump my friend! Eugene nods at the contact, who is quietly watching with a concerned look on his face. The comment sends a small rumble of conversation around the remaining crowd. It seems the singers aren't so popular here. I think you misunderstand. We were simply asking for information. He shoots a sharp smile at the contact. I think Lewis has told you everything he's happy to share. Eugene shoots a glance at his contact, who nods sheepishly. Peter looks between all of you, and then surveys the crowd. One of the singers starts to interrupt, but Peter raises a hand and silences them. I'm gonna take a sip of water. See you around then. He smiles a sharp smile at Eugene and leads the other singers away from the crowd, which parts slightly as they enter it. Louise, Eugene rounds on the smaller figure. How about... Not here. Louise interrupts. He sighs. Come with me. Louise leads you away from the open market, most of the crowds having dispersed, into a small passageway. He finds a hatch, opens it, and beckons you both through before slipping inside, closing it behind you. So, what business did you have with the singers? Eugene perches on a stool in the small workshop, picking up a tool from the mag strip above the bench and turning it over in his hands. Singers? Is that what you call them? Louise looks nervous. The first I've known of them is when they turned up a few cycles back and started pressing me for info. I've run into some singers before. Not these ones, but they all dress the same. Eugene glances between you and Louise. They are refugees out of Ember's Song, one of the moons of that gas giant in the inner system. Their moon is a volcanic hellhole, so while these guys are refugees, fleeing the war like most, they tend to be tough as hell and aren't used to being told no. That part checks out. Louise smiles a weak smile. They've been pressing me for data for cycles ever since they showed up. My data? Eugene clicks the tool back on the mag strip and fixes Louise with a hard stare. You've been shopping it around then? Trying to drive a bidding war? Louise holds up his hands. No, nothing like that. He's afraid of Eugene, and you worry why that might be. I just wanted to verify the data. I asked around. Someone I showed it to, well, they mentioned a fraction drive. You see Eugene bristle with anger. Louise keeps talking, speeding up. That was all, but a couple of cycles later, these singers, as you call them, started showing up and I had to hide myself away. Hard to run a data business when you can't even go out to meet your clients. Where's the data now? Louise turns to you, seemingly glad not to have to look at the angry Eugene. I have it, don't you worry, Louise smiles, and it comes with a hell of a story. The friend I showed it to, he told me he's heard about that ship before, mostly what he thought were rumors about a fraction drive ship. Apparently, when Solheim collapsed, there was a struggle over who got to take it. 2 execs from the old corporate hierarchy wanted it, and some other underlings found out about it too. Those wrecks you visited, that was the site of a battle over the thing. This ship was a hot ticket even then. You think back to the twisted and blasted remains of the ship, the wreckage strewn across the asteroid. You wonder how many died to get the Aphelion path in its golden drive. Seems like both the execs got spaced, but someone came back later, slipped the ship out of the wreck that was carrying it. Here's the funny thing. Rather than use it, they dismantled it, took the ship apart here at the Hollow. Hell, there's probably strut work from the Aphelion path in this very station. Louise looks around at the salvaged compartment. You are all inside. So it's gone? Not quite, Louise smiles, enjoying telling the story now. They weren't stupid enough to dismantle an interstellar drive. The story goes that they buried it on a rock out here in the shoals, totally unmarked. With thousands of rocks out there, they could leave it as long as they wanted and come back when they were ready. Thing is, they never came back. Eugene finishes the sentence, his anger fading now. Bingo! Like fucking action button. Bingo! Louise grins as he holds up a thumbnail drive. And I've got the coordinates of the beacon that will lead you there. Eugene snatches it from his fingers. Should have led with that. Louise sighs deeply. That's just the start of the trail, no doubt, but it'll get you there if you manage to follow it. Eugene nods at you and goes to leave, his hands immediately on the container hatch. Hey, Louise rushes up. Aren't you gonna pay for that? Not after you leaked that the fraction drive exists to your friend, the singers, and anyone else who's looking, no. Eugene pulls the door open. Keep it quiet next time. Louise turns to you. Come on, friend, the singers chased away my clients. He shows you his upturned palms. 50 cryo for the effort, or just whatever you have, I'll take it. I'm desperate. I will pay him. I got ample cryo. I'll pay the man. You pass him a stack of chits, and he clasps your hand. I appreciate it. He looks over your shoulder to see if Eugene is still there. Hey, look, be careful with that one, all right? He's not to be trusted. Everyone keeps telling me that, but I don't know. He's been okay-ish so far. Sort of. I don't know. You turn, and Eugene is already gone. You follow him out of the container. Time to go find a fraction drive. Ooh, new fraction. New contract, rather. And it's out here. Okay. I do want to go back to Greenbelt, though. I'm gonna buy fuel? Oh yeah, I forgot I got the Solheim data. Let's sell that. Nice. It's not that valuable, but hey, it's basically free. Let's buy some fuel because I don't really know. I don't really remember how much I can get out there. Probably a decent amount, but I'm also offloading more of my scrap because it's just so fun. It just feels so good. And yeah, let's go to Greenbelt. And then we'll come back and do that contract. But I want to see Greenbelt first because I got shit going on there. Aki, you bring the stepsil husks you gathered from the wind's long shadow to Aki, and she is pleased as you would expect. You meet her on the bridge overlooking green fields, the Greenbelt workers quietly toiling below, while the air recycler's wind gently rustles the leaves of the crops. Sleeper, Aki holds the husks to her chest. Thank you, these are a new beginning for us. Aki pauses, knitting her brow. How was she, the wing's long shadow? She must have been beautiful once. Aki smiles. She truly was. She looks down, until they killed her. Aki sighs and looks out at the Greenbelt fields. Everyone must die in the end. The belt makes wrecks of us all. She looks back to you. But what have you brought me? This is new life. Give us time. We will need to clear and reseed the other biosphere. Aki bows. I hope you will return to us when the work is done. She presses a handful of chits into your hand. Thank you. She meets your eye. You watch her carry the husks away gently, glowing with the promise of fresh growth. Woo! Yeah, because that was 300. That was 100 per seed, and I gave her 3 seeds. God, look at that. I've almost got 1,000. Ooh, look at this. A timer. I guess once that's done, I can talk to her about Nemba. So I guess I will, what do I have? Wait for Aki to seed the silk, connect Nemba and Aki, travel to Olivera to contact Carmon, go to the Aphelion beacon. I think this is what I'm looking for right now. Oh no, wait, the Helion dispatches. I can go do that. I forgot to do that. Man, it's too bad I really, don't have anything to use these good rolls on. These good rolls. Wait, 12 for supplies? That's wildly expensive. Shoot. Okay. Let's get back to the Hollow. Pretty expensive, especially since I have to come back, but, well, I mean, I have to come back anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Right here. Kimball needs engine components for his unusual jury-rigged transmitter. You aren't sure how he's going to use them. Let's install the array first, and then we'll come back to the repair transmitter. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I need the wide beam array and the engine components. So we're done. Good thing I did get them. You wait in the makeshift Helion Dispatches studio as Kimball tinkers with the array somewhere in the back behind the far wall. It's a humble setup. A stool for Cyrene, a microphone, the transmitter and mixer terminal, and the hard lines snaking away towards the array. But there's something pleasing about it all the same. Let me take a sip. Let me take a fucking sip, babes. The crackling sound of fresh welds echoes through the bay from Kimball's concealed position. You hope the array you struggled to extract isn't getting fried as you wait. You're here! Good! Cyrene rushes in, holding a small dark rectangle in her hand. You will not believe what we have on here. She looks around the bay. Where's Kimball? Installing the array? You mean... Cyrene smiles. We're going back on air? Before you can answer, she leaps forward, grabbing you in a surprisingly firm hug. Cyrene lets you go. Sorry, she smiles. Just excited to finally be back. Kimball, she shouts towards the back of the bay. How long for that new array? A muffled shout comes from behind the rear wall. Okay, Cyrene takes a steadying breath. We have a little time. What have you got there? This broadcast is from Erland's Eye. Cyrene's eyes flash. We haven't heard anything out of them since the start of the war. Some people even said they've fallen to the flux. But something is happening there. Something is growing. This report says some protocol has taken over the station, become its protector. Conway drones can't get close. Senate Stat is giving it a wide berth. Dude, that actually sounds fucking awesome. What the hell? That sounds sick. They're right in the middle of the war. Conway on the starward side, Senate Stat on the sunward. Starward side, yeah, sunward. And they are resisting. Cyrene smiles. We have to tell everyone in the belt about this. We have to get the word out. If the eye can be held, well, maybe we can hold out too. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Isn't that also something that you do in the first game? That you, like, empower an AI to take over the station? Like a benevolent AI to take over the station and protect it from everyone? I feel like I remember that being a thing. I feel like the sleeper, like, how the sleeper has, like, these lost, disparate memories, and sometimes they have, like, a sense memory. That's how I feel about the first game. I'm like, oh, that feels like something I know. Anyway, if the eye can be held, well, maybe we can hold out too. Cyrene looks at the drive in her hand. Either way, people need to know. There's a sudden clunk, a few percussive shouts from Kimball, and then a flickering of lights all across the bay as the transmitter and array begin powering up. You and Cyrene watch as the Helion Dispatches studio comes to life, ready to broadcast once more. Not bad, Cyrene leans on your shoulder. Not bad at all. A shout comes from Kimball, and you know he is calling for Cyrene to get ready. That's my signal, she grins. Oh, I almost forgot. Cyrene produces a handful of chits. Turns out we have some avid listeners in the Radius markets. She deposits them into your hands. All right. Cyrene takes a breath. I need to go live. Dude, that's a me reference. She flashes you a final smile. Thank you. I will make sure we make good use of that array. This will mean something. Kimball bellows something from the back of the room. Something you can only assume is a thank you. You leave the Belt's most unusual double act to their broadcast, and as you do, you hear Cyrene's voice echoing through the bay. This is Cyrene Sabir, back on the air, to wish you all a free Helion, now and forever. Yay! Oh shit, I got 5 points. I got 5 gosh darn points. What should I put this on? Engineering plus plus, interface plus. I think we'll do what we did last time, and I'm just gonna hold on to this until I have something, you know, until I have something that I'm like, ooh, I wish I had a plus for that stat. You know, we'll see. Let's see. I guess I will buy some. No, that's scrap bonus. Fuel. What about, do we have supplies? Is this supplies? Solheim data. Here, must be here. Yeah, there it is. Wow, 15 for supplies? That's insane. That's robbery, man. Let's work a little. I mean, we got these good rolls. I don't wanna, I feel like it would be wasteful. I wanna get some of these rolls and then, okay. And then, let's fill up on supplies and then let's go hit that contract. I mean, I know I have 1,000 fucking cryo. I'm kind of in no place to complain about. I'll complain about a few extra cryo for a supply. But, you know, sometimes you'd prefer to spend less on things. Let's bring Junie. I have a feeling we're gonna need Junie. We always, you know, you just always need Junie. You always need Junie. I mean, not always. I had like that one contract. Aw, nuts. We're coming up on the beacon site now. Seraphin brings the ship into place. Signal's pretty weak though. He turns in his chair. Which is what you get for chasing 10,000 cycle-old leads that got a lot of people killed. How long is 10,000 cycles? How many like Earth years is 10,000 cycles? Are we talking, if a cycle is roughly a 24-hour day, that's... I can't do the math in my head. It's too many zeros. I can't hold it. That's like, no wait. No, I kind of got nothing actually. Anyway. Since you explained the situation to Seraphin, he hasn't gotten any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Eugene. Seraphin shuts down the engine and turns to Eugene. Time for you to go have a poke around in those rocks. He waves a hand at the scattering of asteroids. Enjoy! Like 30 years? Is that what that is? 10,000 over roughly 365? Roughly, exactly 365. Is that what the... That sounds right. I guess that sounds right. Like 30 years? Okay. Eugene barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since you left the Hollow. It's not something you've seen before. 27.3 years. Oh, okay. Is that how long? So that's how long it's been since the collapse? It's like in living memory, yeah? I don't remember. I can't remember. Like it was a while ago, but not like centuries or anything. Let's suit up and find the beacon, he pats you on the shoulder. Louise said it's the first of a trail, so the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointed to the next, the better. Enough messing around. He kicks off and glides out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. If it's a signal we are tracing, then we should think about trying to triangulate it. Junie stares out of the cockpit at the sparse gray rocks. I knew Junie was the right decision for this. I fucking knew it, dog. No point just wandering around and finding whatever else the beacon planter left for overly curious travelers. Nice to be on the trail of a piece of history, though. If the Aphelion path was real, well... She smiles. It'd be quite a find. Junie turns and follows Eugene to the airlock. It's just you and Seraphin left in the cockpit. He taps at his console, ignoring you. You think this is a bad idea? Seraphin turns. Me? He mockingly puts a finger on his own chest. Look, he gets serious for a second. People have been searching for this thing since the Solheim collapse. That's a lot of desire directed at one hidden drive. Objects like that tend to get people in trouble, Seraphin sighs, at least in my experience. So take it slow and keep your eyes on Eugene. Seraphin turns back to the console, busying himself with diagnostics. You turn and leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trail that should, all being well, end at a ticket out of the entire system. Okay. Dude, these rolls suck. Eugene with the snake eyes? No way. Well, at least here we go. Junie was absolutely the correct choice here. I'm in control, sleeper, she says. Okay. Don't like the stress. Definitely not going to do that again. Let's see. I'm thinking... I mean, I'll just put the 6 on this because it doesn't particularly matter. But I'm thinking about pushing, but that'll only give me a 4. So I'm like, okay, what if I put a plus on like endurance? Let's give that a shot. Oh wait, it can't be changed. Sorry. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. 4 is still not great. Okay, I'm just gonna end the cycle. I feel like it. I feel like trying to risk it, especially these are danger rolls. I feel like trying to risk it with these low ass rolls is just more trouble than it could possibly be worth. Yeah, this is much better. This is much better. This'll do it. Perfect. Nice. Ooh. A Felian beacon. Beep beep. Ooh, intuit and interface. Let's fucking go. Oh, okay, and it's only risky, so neutral doesn't even really hurt us. And I am gonna push because guaranteed stress reduction. Very nice, and then I think we're gonna, well, I can handle 1 stress. Let's give it a shot. Okay. I'm gonna end the cycle again. Oh, yes! Holy hell. Okay. That's what I'm fucking talking about, man. The double 6s from Junie. Okay. Now let's see what we got. We're in, Eugene nods at the data port, deep inside the body of the beacon. He peers through his suit's faceplate at it. You have part of the plating removed, and you are pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot a drive. I've got this. Eugene takes out a thumbnail drive and slots it. Easy as can be. A smile flickers across his face. You peer into the beacon. It has been a delicate job getting the security access and the system knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step, but it all seems to have passed without incident. Got it. Eugene pulls the drive and thumps you on the shoulder. Let's head to the next one. Look alive down there. Seraphin's voice comes over the comms. We've got a ship on approach. We need to make ourselves scarce. You and Eugene exchange looks. The singers. You kick off and glide towards the ship, but Eugene goes in the other direction. You wonder what he's doing for a second, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into its metal shell. He pulls a tool from his suit's belt and caves in the beacon with an anger that chills you. When he's done, the beacon's just another chunk of debris in the shoal. He joins you in the cockpit. Seraphin gives you a look, but doesn't say a word. He just silently taps in the new coordinates. You look across at Eugene, his expression fixed and his eyes cold. Then Seraphin fires up the drive. Nice. Ooh, look at this one. Wow, ass rolls. I can't, that's so sad that I had to waste my incredible rolls on basically nothing. I really didn't think we'd be leaving the area. A shrill bleep wakes you from your stargazing. What was that? Seraphin looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sound all over the ship. The terminal screens flicker, some of them not coming back on. You hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship. Some kind of pulse, an energy weapon? Seraphin slaps the side of his flickering terminal until it stabilizes. On it, you see a red dot moving further away from the center of a circle. A ship is accelerating away. Seraphin taps at his console, bringing up the transponder information. He turns to Eugene with a hard stare. It's Vesna! Eugene shakes his head. Got it in one. Seraphin grits his teeth. The Limhound, registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on his keyboard. How did she find us? How? Because Eugene is a sloppy operator, that's how. Seraphin shakes his head and starts working on the drive system. Now we're stranded. Fuck. Fuck! She knocked out our drive. Must have been waiting for us, Seraphin sighs. We'll need to get it activated as quickly as we can. Eugene is up from his seat, peering out of the window at the large rock floating just outside. The beacon has to be there. Vesna cracked it and then waited for us to catch up. She was trying to dissuade us. Well, she's done a pretty good job. Seraphin scrolls through the layers of drive diagnostics. Give up now? Eugene glances at you. We're so close. I think Eugene's right. Seraphin sniffs but says nothing. The singers are out there too. If we are lucky, they will cancel each other out. Eugene goes to leave the cockpit. We decrypt the beacon and fix the drive. No distractions. Eugene kicks off and glides out of the cockpit, towards the airlock. I knew this was going to get complicated, Junie sighs, but we have to keep the find at the end of this trail in mind. To let it fall into incurious hands, she shakes her head. We need to be the ones to claim it. Look, Seraphin turns in his seat. We're in this now. No way back, only forward. But the moment this goes south, and it will, I'll pull you out and we are leaving. Whether Eugene wants to go back out or not. Or whether Eugene wants to back out or not. Seraphin meets your eye. He's serious. I understand. Seraphin nods, saying nothing. Seraphin turns back to his console. This, as far as he is concerned, is your problem to fix. I can't help it. I just have such a strong sense of adventure. Ooh, engineering? Okay, I'll look at that. Also engineering. Oh, but here we go. Decrypt signal. Hell yeah. Well, that's fine. Okay, so both of these checks are 6s. So, shoot, I don't know. I'm gonna pop this on here. Doesn't particularly matter. And then I think I'm gonna do one right here. I'm gonna push this up to 4, and then this will be 5. I know it's danger, but hopefully, okay, a stress, that's not great, but you know. And I'll put the 5 on here and see if that does anything good for us. This is only risky, so okay. It did give him a stress though. Shoot. Okay. I'm gonna try this and see what this gets me. Probably just a stress, realistically. Oh, perfect. In that case, it's time to it's time to end the cycle because I'm not throwing any 1s at the situation. That's not happening. Okay, this is pretty good. Okay, got the beacon. Now we just really gotta fix the ship. Okay. Hate it. Let's see. I mean, this is gonna reduce the stress, but hopefully... Okay. Not great, but not, like, awful either. Okay, we just need one more. So maybe Eugene... Okay, perfect. Let's get the fuck out of here. Seraphin punches the final set of coordinates into his console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics on the rig's drive. Everything comes up green. The atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Eugene's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scattered rocks. His goal is in reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, one that can take any ship out of the system and beyond. One that can forge a path through the surrogate systems few can take. Freedom, both from this system's politics and the structures of power that dominate the passage of people through colonized space. The problem with such a lofty ambition is that it is infectious, seductive. It is desirable enough to draw people out, bring them to their absolute limit. You have seen that in Eugene. The singers, too, are shaped by that desire, and Vesna, the steely-eyed captain you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? That is quite a question, isn't it? Here you are, moored around a remote and airless rock, a scattering of debris concealing an object of great value in a system spiraling into war. We're the last here. Seraphin shuts down the drive, but at least no one started shooting. Vesna would only kill as a last resort. Eugene looks out at the rock. The singers I'm less sure about. Reassuring, Seraphin deadpans. So what now? We walk out there and start digging? What do you think, Eugene? You turn to face Eugene, but he is already gone. You get after him, Seraphin shakes his head. I'm going to keep the rig warm. I get the feeling we're going to be needing it. As you glide out of the cockpit, you hear the airlock cycling. Eugene is already out. You speed up, grabbing a suit and wrestling it on as you head for the airlock. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape. The twisted parts of a facility or ship, corroded beyond recognition, jut up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out two figures in suits, standing a far distance apart in the middle of the loose circle of debris. You glide down towards them, specks of loose gravel and decaying metal bouncing off your suit as you do. Now, a voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over the open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them now, the two figures, Vesna and the leader of the singers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain. Vesna's arm jutting out from her body, her hand resting on an object at her hip. A weapon. Keep your distance, sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This godforsaken rock is crowded enough as it is. We set foot here first. The claim is ours, by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arms at his hips and his palms upturned. And I suspect we are also the best equipped to find the fraction drive and put it to use. Anyone's judgment? Vesna scoffs. Who do you see out here to validate your claim? She gestures at the rock-strewn void with one hand, her other firmly on the grip of her handgun. The sleeper is our witness here. Peter turns slowly to you. I'm sure they will verify your claim. I didn't see who was first. Vesna laughs. Well, at least someone here still has integrity. You look between the two of them, searching their faces for an intent, an opening, anything. Vesna's ocular implants give nothing away, but the visible tension in her gun arm suggests failing patience. Peter, meanwhile, projects an atmosphere of considered calm, but there is violence behind that benign smile, and a crew of singers somewhere out there in the dark. I'm gonna say, the drive is mine, back off. Vesna raises a single eyebrow above her metal eyes. Then you will have to come and take it, her arm tenses. The shot is silent, its direction unclear, but its effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suit explodes in a geyser of escaping oxygen. Oh shit, someone blasted her, man. She spins, clutching at the wounds to clamp it closed. As she does, you see the shot grazed her, splitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact. Might want to run and get that fixed, Vesna. Eugene slips out from the shadow of a piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun at his hip. Stay silent. Let's all stay calm. Eugene moves slowly closer. You son of a bitch! Vesna's doubled over, unable to take her hands away from the hole in her suit without risking immediate depressurization. Eugene draws alongside you, his eyes still on Peter. Time to turn yourself around, get in that ship of yours, and go back to wherever the hell you crawled out from. This is getting pretty intense. You glance at Vesna. There is a spout of oxygen spewing from her suit, leaking between her fingers. She doesn't have long. We can't abandon this claim. Peter shows his open palms. For the singers to survive, we must leave this system behind. There is no way for us to support ourselves here. Our moon is gone, eaten up by the war. The belt will be next. You may as well shoot me here if you're not going to let me take the drive. This is my people's future. Well, Eugene shifts his shoulders. If you insist. Uh-oh. Sleeper, we have incoming. A lot of incoming. You glance at Eugene. He's hearing the message too. A whole load of Conway ships are approaching this location. Ah, fuck. Come on now. Come on now. Who tipped off Conway of this location? Conway? What are they doing here? I'm not about to radio and ask them. Seraphin's voice distorts. But it's not hard to imagine that news of this fraction drive has reached further than anyone wanted. Whew. You look across at Peter and see his lips moving, but hear nothing. He is talking to his crew. A moment later, you hear a click as he switches back to the open channel. If you heard what I just heard, then you know we are out of time. Peter looks deadly serious now, his face of diplomatic calm having fallen away. I forgot to do the voice. We singers are the only crew who can pull the fraction drive out before Conway arrives. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of this system's biggest enemy. Sleeper, Seraphin hisses over the comms. Get back to the rig. No, Eugene cuts in. You aren't sure if he's responding to Seraphin, Peter, or both. The drive is ours. I've worked too hard and come too far to let it go now. He raises the long gun to his shoulder. You're all insane! Vesna spits out the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I'll leave you to your graves! She kicks off from the rock, arcing towards the crimson shape of the limhound. Yikes. Eugene doesn't even watch her go. You see something flaring in his eyes, a dark drive with no other resolution. Oof. Oof. I don't know, man. I don't think I can actually successfully... If I rush him, I mean, half neutral, half negative. Yeesh. I don't know, man. But I don't want to just leave him behind. I like Eugene, he's cool. But I don't know, maybe Peter should have it. I mean, if he gets it, he's just gonna load all his people in a ship and dip. It's not like he's gonna be a fucking problem about it. I'm gonna try to talk him down. Shit. Fuck. As you try to reason with him, stumbling through your words, Eugene takes his eyes off Peter and turns to you. He shakes his head. I can't walk away from this. Not now. Idiots, Peter sighs and clicks out of the open channel. The shot hits Eugene in the shoulder, spinning him back across the circle of scrap. You feel the spatter of debris as another shot zips past you silently, only an inch or two wide. As you turn away from Peter, you see glints of light on otherwise dark shapes near the horizon. The matte black suits of armed singers, hiding in plain sight against the darkness of space. They are everywhere. Shit, man. At least Endure seems better. You glide away from the incoming fire, Eugene spinning ahead of you, the gush of oxygen from his split suit sending him on a wild and dangerous arc. I think I can grab him. I've got a 75% chance of being able to grab him. Okay, good. You grab desperately, hooking your hand around his flailing arm. The suit's outgassing spins the both of you now, but you manage to reel him in and clamp your hands over the hole. You aim the both of you towards the airlock as another volley of shots spatters you with chunks of rock and metal. You're exposed, crossing the empty space between rock and ship, but you are far from the singers now, and no more shots arrive. Both you and Eugene glide through the open airlock, slamming hard into the interior door. In moments, it is cycled, and you pull off your suit to check for wounds. Damn. A few orbs of blood break gently on the ship's interior walls, but Eugene pushes you away as you try to tend to the gash on his shoulder. His face is fixed in a grimace of pain and frustration. You both glide up to the cockpit to find Seraphin rapidly starting the drive. His console screen is filled with red pulses, the signatures of Conway drone ships bearing down on this lonely rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You are thankful for that, at least. There is no time for glib remarks. You take one last look at the Aphelion Path's final resting place, now cloaked in clouds of fresh dust. You think of the singers down there, no doubt already wrenching the fraction drive from its hiding place and onto their ship. Conway is their problem now. And then the drives kick in and you leave the singers to their fate. Damn! Damn! Whew. The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow, no one eager to speak about what happened out there in the shoals. Even Seraphin is silent, tapping away at the engine shutdown with comfortingly routine motions. Eugene has bandaged his shoulder now, a sleeve compressing the wound beneath his clothes. He looks drained and pale, but otherwise you wouldn't be able to tell he'd been hurt at all. You know it will take him some time to come back from this, to extract himself from the hold that Fraction Drive, that dream, held over him. You wonder if he ever will, or if the freedom that object represented to him will haunt him for the remains of his life. You know, at least, that now is not the time to try to discuss it, to lay out exactly what happened out there. Eugene will retreat, of course, hiding beneath the glib personality you've come to recognize as his shield. But perhaps, as the cycles pass, he will find himself changed. Perhaps not. Either way, there's much to be done, and this thankless adventure has derailed you long enough. Time to get back to work. Wow, I got an achievement. Let the dust settle. Eugene is on the trail of an... Okay. Okay, so this is still, this is just something that is going to happen later, I guess. Farron and Aki. Help Aki return to Greenbelt. Oh! Look at that. The seeds. I guess the seeds are good. If they want me to return to Greenbelt. That's looking good. But look at these rolls. These rolls are too good. I think there's money to be earned here, maybe. A little bit of cryo. A little bit of cryo never hurt anybody. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, was this the fuel? No. It's, this, I think. The dealers. I'm gonna buy fuel because it's devastatingly cheap here. And, Is this supplies? Supplies are normal price here, so I'm also gonna fill up on those. And then, back to Greenbelt, it seems. Yeah. Though I am also gonna sell some more, not this one, sorry. I'm gonna sell a bit more scrap. A bit more processed scrap, the good shit. Okay. Autosave, okay. I think that's actually going to be stream for today. I think this is a really good spot to end, and we're just about at 5 hours. So, yeah, I think I'm going to call it for today. Thanks so much, everyone that watched and hung out and stuff. This game is so fucking good. We made hella progress today. We made an outrageous amount of progress today. So this is looking pretty good. Thanks for stream. Thank you, Monty. Tomorrow is tomorrow's more Half-Life 2, so that'll be fun. I don't know how far. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't even know how far how long Half-Life 2 is, so I don't know if I'm gonna finish it tomorrow, or if I'm gonna be end up finishing it next week. But I'm excited to play more of that. Half-Life 2 is really fun. I love playing games with 2 in their name, apparently. You know? Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Citizen Sleeper 2. I should stream Bioshock 2, man. Bioshock 2 is awesome. You guys ever play those BioShock games? I know they were pretty big at the time. I love BioShock. Except for Chivalry 2. Well, that's because it's impossible to stream. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to get OBS to capture it. I've spent a lot of time looking at it and I just can't do it. I just don't think it's happening. Hades 2 as well. I'm not gonna stream Hades 2 until it comes out fully. I don't know when that's gonna be, but I mean, you can bet your ass I'm gonna stream a bunch of it when it comes out. I just have no idea when that's gonna be. But, you know, it's a really fun game. Hades is really good. I love sequels. Let's have a quick shout out to sequels that are good. There's some real stinker sequels. You know what I wish I could play on PC? Fucking Fable 2. I wish I could stream Fable 2. Fable 2 and 3 were really important to me when I was younger. I love those games. I don't even think they're like very good, but they're really fun and goofy. Dead Space 2 is a banger. I love Dead Space 2. I'm probably not gonna stream Dead Space 2 because I've already played that game. Well, I might stream it someday. I don't know. Let's see. You know what I am gonna stream? It's not a sequel, but Dead Space Remake. I'm gonna stream that at some point, and I'm very excited about that. I don't know though. I mean, well, I don't know. I'll have to test it because that's another game. You know, I mean, I've got Monster Hunter Wilds on my mind, you know, and that stream didn't work very well, and so I'm thinking, I'm like wondering if I'd be able to stream Dead Space Remake adequately, or I don't know. But I haven't played it. I'm very excited to play it. I just don't know how well my computer could handle such a thing. But I don't know. That's in the future. That's in the future. I've got a lot of stuff that I'm gonna be streaming. Yeah, it was Half-Life 2 tomorrow, and then that's it for this week since I got family stuff happening. So I hope to see everyone tomorrow, and it's been so real. And thank you guys. I love you. Goodbye.